Tapped in, tuned in, turned all the way on. This ain't just a vibe, it's a freak scene bomb. Ms.Blue in the building, oracle flow, cracking codes of the cosmos, now you already know. Yeah. Ride the wave, feel the light, it's frequency love tonight. Ms.Blue gon' take you higher, burning truth with sacred fire. This is soul talk, rebirth from the womb. Say it with me, I can alter my course at any time. Yeah. Tap in, turn on. Yo, your higher self already logged in.
Da 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 da.
Yeah. If you really want it, you gotta be it. As Ms.Blue has shared with the world, it's all about frequency. If you feel it, show it. If you want it, grow it. If you believe it, know it. It's all about frequency. If you dream it, live it. Live it. If you receive it, give it. Nothing's missing, I'm it. It's all about frequency. In the past I thought I lost it, but the truth was always near. Every scar became a teacher, every fall just brought me here. Now I'm rising with the healing, every light inside of me, not becoming what I'm chasing. I am the frequency. You feel it, show it. Show it. If you want it, grow it. Grow. If you leave it, know it. Know. All about frequency. Ask the question, how is this possible? The answer subtle, synchronicities audible. Keys unlocking, belief expanding. Frame by frame, new life commanding. No chase, no match, I embody the key. The light I own unlocks destiny. Raise my vibration, reality shifts. Every dream I desire already exists. Nothing's coming to me, no, no. Already here. When I raise my vibration, the vision is clear. Vision is clear. If you want it, grow it. If you leave it, know it. Believe it. It's all about frequency. If you dream it, live it. Give it. If you receive it, give it. Nothing's
my goodness. Wow. Peace and greetings to everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome on in. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, good evening. No matter where in the world you're tuning in from, please let me know if you all can hear me. Okay, nice and loud and clear. Wow. It seemed like it's been a minute since we've been able to come on, or should I say, since I've been able to come on, and for us to get together. But I thought this would be the perfect time. You know, the energy here, if we look at it today, for most of the world, or at least to where I'm broadcasting live from the USA, representing Texas in the building. And I want to say thank you to everyone who's tuning in from all over the world. And whether you're watching this live or if you're watching the replay. So however you came here, if you're coming from the past and you're joining us in this present moment, I want to welcome you. Or if you're tuning in from the future and you have traveled back to this moment in time to meet us here in the present, or if you are live, because there is something to be said about being live. I want you to put some sparkles in the room if you are live and tell me where you're tuning in from. I know the visionary collectives are in the building. The soul family, as we call it, the blue room, is here with us. But listen, it is March the 26th. We are in the year of 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. 2 plus 6 equals 8. 8 plus 8 equals 16. Plus 1 is 7. March is a 3 vibration. 3 plus 7 equals 10. And we're in a universal year of 10. So I know you all have been feeling the frequencies and vibration that is coming into the planet at this time. Because downloads upon downloads have been happening, and there has been a major portal that is opening up. It has been open for a few days, and it's going to be open for quite a few more days. So if you've been feeling that rumbling in your spirit, a little bit of shaking within your soul, or just your dreams have been undeniable, so intense and vibrant. You know, it reminds me of such a vibrant thing. Dun, dun. Y'all remember that song, A Vibrant Thing? This is a vibrant thing that we have going on the planet. And we would be remiss if we didn't also talk about some of the other stuff. So that's kind of what I wanted us to kind of get together. Please let me know if this is your very first time tuning in. And let me be the first to say, welcome, welcome, welcome on in. I am Ms.Blue. I am a visionary psychic medium. And I'm just so glad to have you join me here live, along with the rest of the soul family. Yeah. Wow. So let's get those likes up so we can let our soul family know that we are live. We are live out here. And so if they want to join us, if they want to get in the building and they want to join us here, we can send that invites out to let everyone know. Welcome on in, you guys. Let me know. North Carolina is in the building. Vegas is in the building. Whoa. Is in the building. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Godfrey USA is in the building. I see you guys talking about your dreams. Oh, your dreams should be off the Richter scale at this particular time. Ancestors should be coming through. Visitations should be happening, as well as clarity. And these are going to be some of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight. But I'm just so glad to see you guys. I feel like it's been a minute, so we will take that time, and I want to welcome you all in as well. So let me know where you're tuning in from. Empress Evelyn is tuning in from San Antonio. Welcome on in. That's right up the road. We got Brooklyn in the building. One Love, the Dove Fly. I love that. One Love, Brooklyn. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see everybody. Z Sunshine is in the building. Good to see you. Brittany Vibes is in the building. Welcome on in. Brittany Vibes said, the dreams have been so live. Just wow. I'm telling you, yes, dreams. Dreams are coming in, and we'll talk about some of those dreams because those dreams are actually dreams of the new world, of the future. These are dreams that you are having. And if you're having nightmares, that's powerful too. Don't dismiss anything. North Carolina is in the building. Princess Fula is tuning in from North Carolina. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Ghetto Physics 77 said, yes, my grandfather came through yesterday. It was his anniversary to his homegoing on 3/25. Very significant. Very significant if your grandfather came through on his going home day. That is powerful. I'm sure he had a powerful message for you and for the family, perhaps the family who is still grieving, because spirits will tell you. And they have told me this years and years ago, and I have been sharing it. Ms.Blue, please tell my loved ones to stop celebrating the day that I left the physical world. And please start honoring my born day, my birthday. So when ancestors come through around the time that they made their departure from Earth, they have a profound message for you, or something that we can say is urgent, that they want to get a message to you, or for you to give a message to a family member. So I want us all to remember that when spirits begin to come through, and they come through on the day that they pass, usually it's because someone in the family is still desperately grieving. And a lot of times it's hard when we're in that state of grieving our loved ones to be able to raise our frequency high enough to really even hear them. And so they will come through to someone else in the family that energy, yes, they still love them, they still miss them, they still may be grieving them, but their vibration is in a very balanced and an elevated place to bring through a profound message. A profound message. And so I absolutely love that. Love that, love that, love that, love that. Wow. So welcome everyone on in. I see you guys have some profound messages that are coming through. Tramel is here from Daytona, Florida, representing. Good to have you in the building. Representing, who is this? How do you say it? Zap? Am I saying it right? Representing from ATL in the building. Papa Flam is in the building. So good to have you. Welcome on in. We got North Carolina in the building. Lotta NC in the building. One of my favorite places in the whole wide world. Absolutely love it. Glad to have you. I am Samantha in the building. Welcome on in. I am Guyana. I think I'm saying it right. I think I understand. So welcome on in. Welcome on in. All right. Welcome on in. We got Priestess Nadra in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. My goodness, everyone who's in the building, more than 140 of you. New Jersey is in the building. Welcome on in. Alchemy Avenue, welcome on in, representing NC in the building. Welcome on in. Wow, Honest Locks, representing New Jersey in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you. Peace and love to you as well. G Mac in the building. Welcome on in. Welcome in. So listen, I will be doing salutations all day. And I know some of you love it and you're here for it. And some of you, I know you don't. You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. You don't want to be here for that. But listen, we're gonna kind of get into the share tonight. So I just want to welcome you guys in. And again, please let me know if this is your very first time being here, because I do want to welcome you on in, and I'm so excited to have you in the building. Now, before we get into the share, it's quite a few things that I want to talk about, but one of the things I want to do first, I want to say happy born day to everyone celebrating a born day. It is officially Aries season. So happy born day to all of the Aries in the building. All of the Aries in the building. So happy born day to you guys and everybody celebrating a born day during this Aries season, which is a profound season that we're in. We get to really see how much we've grown and learn and just continue to grow and learn from that point. So glad. And then the other thing I want to do, I want to ring the bell. I want to ring the bell for the Dream Makers Dream to Reality class, and to everyone who is in the Dream Makers to Dreams to Reality. When I tell you they are doing such incredible work, like it is truly profound, the work that the Dream Makers are doing at this time. Do I? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, it is unbelievable work that they are currently doing at this time. So I want to give a shout out to all of the dream makers in the building, as well as I'm going to ring the bell. I want to ring the bell for all of the futuristic activation collective in the building as well too. You guys are putting in that work, becoming more multisensory. We're going to be having a call coming up here really, really soon. Don't worry, I will give you way ahead of a notice to know that when we're going to be getting together, because it is about that time. So I'm just... Oh, listen, just so glad to have you guys joining me here live tonight. I also want to give a very, very special shout out to everyone who purchased the Lucky Blueprint expansion pack. Because when I tell you it sold out 3 times. So before we go deeper, I just want to take that moment to thank everyone who moved with the Lucky Blueprint expansion pack. It has sold out 3 times. 3 times. And that alone lets me know how aligned this work truly is. Now, some of you have purchased it when I first launched this, which was back in 2024. And now we're here. I love this. She said, I finally caught Auntie live. Yes, you caught Auntie live, and welcome on in. I am live. I love that. You know, someone did a quote for me the other day. They was like, Mother is here. And I thought that was so sweet. I love you guys so much, and I thank you so much for that. Yeah, so it sold out 3 times. So for everyone who moved with this and is aligned, you know, I've been sitting with, because I've been getting some requests, and you all let me know whether I should open it again tonight. And I might open a very limited number of spaces for those who still feel called. So with that in mind, just stay with me. And I'll share a little bit more as we move through. But for everyone who is working with the Lucky Blueprint expansion pack, and you are working with it, listen. If you do that work, you're going to see, just watch you work. That's all you got to say is watch me work, Ms.Blue. You got the Lucky Blueprint expansion pack. watch you work, and it's on my stand store. But you all let me know. I've kind of been sitting with, do I want to open it up just for a limited number here again and just see how that goes. But stay kind of close. We're going to be talking about that. Welcome on in. I see more of you. Alicia joining, Journey joining, everyone who's just coming in, joining. So here we are. We're going to talk about something that many of you have been feeling. And I've seen this in the sessions this week, even when we were in class earlier this week. I can tell the text messages, the emails that I'm getting. It's a feeling, often how I describe it is it's like those feelings you have, but maybe you don't have the words for it. How sometimes you're feeling something, but you really can't, the articulation isn't there. Like you can describe it internally. But words almost can't do it justice for what is happening. And that is because there's another major shift. We are in the throes of this shift. And this is another major opening portal. So congratulations for all of us still here on Earth, because we signed up for baby. We wanted to be about that life 24/7, 7 days a week, and this lifetime, because there is always a constant shift and changing that is happening right now, And so this shift that's happening, though, it's one of those things. It's kind of quiet. It's kind of an undercurrent. It's kind of like the hum in the background. You know how sometimes if you have the washing machine and dryer going and you're in another room, you can hear it. It's not overwhelming, but you hear it. Or like the air conditioner just kind of blowing, or the wind outside that you hear. It's not chaotic, but it is deeply revealing. And so this is a lot of the energy that a lot of us are feeling, deeply revealing. You're feeling this energy that's deeply revealing. That's just kind of going on. And so when you feel this, because what is actually happening? Yes, hidden treasures. It's very subtle. That's right. It's because the illusions are beginning to break down even further than they've already broke down. And I want us all to just take a moment. This is something when I was taking a break, deciding whether or not I was going to be live tonight, I decided to just kind of sit in silence for a little bit and see. We'll take that. That was a sign there. And I could see where things were revealing themselves, where the illusion of things within myself, the illusion within things in my life, in my world, and, things that were happening in the world too, where the illusion was coming down, even yet further than perhaps even imagine, something within you, because this is how I felt. You all let me know how you felt, had begun to reorganize itself again. And maybe there was something that I was really, really bent on, like I was going to do. It just kind of shifted itself into a different space. And here's something that I noticed. And you all let me know, how this sort of resonated with you as well, too. It's like my thoughts changed. And I've been through these moments before. And, I always try to be transparent. And I've told you guys where I've upgraded. Like, listen, I know I've taught this over the years. I know this is something I felt about a particular subject and about the way I was doing something. But that's changed for me. That has changed. Welcome on in, Reflect to Session, brother. Welcome on in. We miss you, Ms.Blue. I miss you guys too. Gosh, I really have. I didn't even realize how many days, but I miss you guys. I did. So my thoughts changed about stuff. And then immediately something I started recognizing years ago. And this is why I would always tell you guys about, look, we got to get out of our minds, right? We got to get out of these minds. Let these minds be great where they're supposed to be great, but get out of the mind where the mind ain't supposed to be. Drop down in that body, wiggle those toes, and, stay out of your heart, because my body started to respond. So I can always feel it within my body, that awareness. And then, I started noticing that my awareness, sharp, it's getting real sharp. And over the years and over the times, it started getting sharp. And I really dove deeper into this because others would tell me, when I was in one-on-one sessions, whether I was working with new clients or if I was working with, some of the soul family that I've been working with over the years, they would, tell me these things over and over that they were experiencing, that they were feeling, and things that was happening. And I knew what it was because immediately as I started scanning, started reading the energy, I knew your DNA was activating. The DNA was exploding. People were having DNA explosions. And that is literally what is happening around the world. The DNA is exploding. And we are coming in. Dolores Cannon spoke about these moments. Edgar Casey spoke about these moments. I have spoke about these moments. Great teachers have spoke about these moments way before us, where there is a wave of consciousness. You know how I tell you guys, riding the cosmic waves. We're riding these waves, and there is another wave of the collective that is waking up. That is waking up. And that is also you riding the cosmic wave because you are having your DNA activate, and that is expanding you. You are crystallized. You are becoming more of a crystalline being. And when that happens, you are expanding, or at least if it's really happening, I'm not talking about the illusion of it happening, but you are expanding into a new level of perception, So this is going to be some of the signs, and that's what I want to help quantify for you here and give you here some of those signs that that this is really what's going on for you. And you can measure it based upon what you're actually experiencing. And yes, great teachers like Dr. Delbert Blair, like Brother Bobby Hemmett, like Brother Panic, like so many of the great teachers who came before us, Dr. Ben, and those teachers who are still here, because many of them are still here on the planet. And so many of them are getting activated now. So many of them are you. And here's the thing that is so profound about this new Renaissance era that we're in. And I have spoke about this for years, so I literally get the chills every time I think about it. And you guys keep sending me notifications like, Ms.Blue, one of those things that you did in your prediction show is coming alive. Remember when you talked about this years ago? It's happening now. And many of you are stepping into these spaces and places and in profound and very unique ways. Right? Like we are having breakthroughs when it comes to medication and how we heal on the planet. We are having breakthroughs when it comes to our understanding of our consciousness and awareness, when it comes to technology, when it comes to our communities, when it comes to how we interact with one another, and people are getting together, collaborating in ways that we could only dream and imagine so many years ago, and doing it in such an authentic way. That word that I wanted to release from my vernacular years ago, spirituality. I wanted to take it, I wanted to crush it, and I wanted to throw it out the window. And let me tell you why. Because it became too performative. See, that's the shit nobody wants to tell you. Becoming spiritual was an illusion. You can't become something you already are. We are spiritual beings. This physical being that we have, this body, is a vehicle. A portion of our soul is in this vehicle. And there is components of that animate this avatar. But you can't become spiritual. You're already spiritual. So this is why I shifted from talking about we're on some sort of spiritual journey. Nah, we're not on no spiritual journey. We're on a journey of expansion. We're on a journey of expansion. Every single person, by definition, by science and biology, is a spiritual being here on the planet. And now spirituality is being used as a weapon of destruction, just like religion has been used as a weapon of destruction, just like methodology has been used as a weapon of destruction. So what does that mean? Hopefully the illusion of that has been crumbling. And so if you've been allowing that to hold you captive, or if that has been the carrot that is being dangled in front of your face, and you've been chasing it, trying to get to it, leaving one system to go to another system, to leaving another school of thought to go to another school of thought, you will stop chasing. And you will stand still in your own sovereignty and recognize your own becoming of who you are. And you will move forward from there. This journey, this quest that we're here on, at its best, is about expansion. Expansion of our consciousness, expansion of our awareness at its best. And so all of these balls of fire that's flying from the sky, that's dropping from Texas and other parts of the world, these balls of fire that's coming out of the sky. And I'm not talking about the ones that are coming from Earth. I'm talking about those that are coming from a place further out. Everything about 3-eye atlas, everything coming in from this, and all of these mysterious planets that now start showing up in our galaxy. All of these things that's showing up, and everyone's looking up in the sky, and every day there is a new discovery. It is a reflection of the expansion of our consciousness and our awareness. So what you're feeling right now, and you all let me know, could it be, and I want to pose this question to the collective here, could it be that your DNA is activating, it's crystallizing, it's expanding into new levels of perception, ones that a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you could not even fathom. And where you are today, you recognize energetically, you recognize consciously, you recognize physically, you are in a completely different place. So when we speak about a new earth, this is not about transporting yourself into a different physical location. It's about a frequency. It's about a dimension. But here's the real gag. The new earth has been here since the beginning of time. It is only new to those who have expanded their awareness and their consciousness. And we're having more people come into this expansion. More people are coming into this expansion. I want you to understand that right now, the power you have is so powerful. And collectively, one of the things that we can begin to do is to hold peace within our own beings, because the peace that we hold within ourselves, within our minds, within our hearts, within ourselves is that which will be reflected out into the world. And this is the importance of people who are doing this work like myself. Anything right now that is trying to incite some sort of fear into you, run for the hills, Caroline. I mean, take off running in the other direction. Because that's where the tables turn. They want you to be fearful of everything, starting with yourself. You understand? Know that there are people in this world that are dealing with things that can be very fearful, and it's present danger that is in front of them. But chances are, I'm almost 99% certain if you're listening to this, you're not one of those people. And so therefore you can make a difference. And that difference starts with you. So I want to stay on track. Y'all know how I can get. Welcome on in. Y'all know how I can get, but that needed to be said because we're going to see a lot of things. Remember, this isn't just a new renaissance. This isn't just a new world. This is also, we're coming into another era of how we understand spiritual systems on the planet. So it will be a lot of people who want to take the most valuable thing away from you, and that is you understanding your sovereignty, that you are a sovereign being. Because one thing about it, two things for sure, we are starting to learn on planet Earth, me and you must never part. We need each other. We need each other. There's not a continent, there's not a country, there's not a person that's on this planet that doesn't need other people in their lives. And so we have got to learn how to get along with one another and leave some of these 3D perceptions behind. In this 3D world, everything is broken apart and everything is against each other. Black, white, good, bad. We have to learn how to rise above it all. And we have to start seeing each other energetically. Can you see me energetically? I'm going to start putting a bindi on my forehead. I got one around here somewhere. Don't make me pull it out because I have done it. I'm going to start wearing that bindi. Because the bindi, worn in Africa, worn in India, worn in parts of Russia, worn in Greece, all throughout ancient history, is a reminder that when I see you, I don't care how good you look, I ain't looking at none of that. I'm reading your energy. I'm reading your frequency. See, because that don't lie. Men lie, women lie, looks lie, right? All of that can confuse you. But energy, oh, it's going to speak truth to power, baby. And that's how I'm greeting you. So when I see you guys and I'm reading you guys, I don't see you physically. I'm not looking at you. Your energy is telling me exactly what I need to know, and I don't need to judge what I know. And somebody repeat that. You don't need to judge what you know. If you know something, you don't need to judge it. We're only using judgment because we don't know. Now, this window that is open, it's a powerful window. Yet again, that's open at this time. So if you felt a little different yesterday, we're going to get in our Kendrick Lamar bag. Did you feel a little different lately? Have you been feeling different? Maybe a little off for some, or maybe too clear. You know, because sometimes, I don't know about you, sometimes I'm so clear, that shit throws me off. I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I want to know that much. I don't know if I want to be that clear. I don't know if I want to be that clear. I don't honestly know. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, I wish I wasn't that clear. You understand? Because that can throw you off too, because you're instantly confronted with something that is above the truth. And I think sometimes in our little human mind, we forget that there is an existence above what we deem to be true. There is a bigger picture that is happening, that is going on, that is evolving, that is showing itself. I just want you to know you're not imagining it. You are seeing it. I see you guys. Gabby said, last weekend, I was severely off. Listen, I feel you on that. I was kind of off yesterday. I ain't gonna hold you. I was off because things was too clear. They were so clear. I'm going to tell you what I did. I pulled out my little notebook, because y'all know I'm your girl. One thing about your girl, I'm an oracle for real. I'm gonna write it down. I pulled out my little trusty notebook here, and I immediately wrote down a manifesto of what has to change. I don't know if y'all heard me. What has to change? Not change tomorrow, not change next week. Not in June, not on the full moon, not when it's the new moon. What has to change immediately? Like in this moment, this manifesto, I am declaring and totally committed to changing it now. Like it starts now. It's not a becoming, it is a being now. And it wasn't all for things where something was wrong. Some of this was things that was right. I'm going to let that part sink in. I'm going to see if anybody caught that. Not just with things that was wrong, with things that was right. Okay? So, I think for all of us, there comes a moment where what you once questioned, you now know. Have you ever questioned something and you realize that moment like, oh, now you know. You know. Now you know. Now you know. How does the saying go? If you know better, then you do better, or you should. Speaking of know better, let me tell you guys this. Many of you will be able to relate to this. Some of you, you know, the way was just paved ahead for you. So you didn't even get thrown up into this. But I'm going to say if you are at least 40 years old or older, you know this. You know this for real. You all let me know. So it was announced today. The USA Today posted this. This was announced. Well, maybe it wasn't announced today. Let's say it took place. This just happened this year. Minute Maid. See, because if you're in this age group, we grew up on Minute Maid, most of us. But Minute Maid is disconnecting frozen juices after 80 years. After 80 years. Remember the Minute Maid that used to come in a can? You pop the top off of it, you dig it out, put it in there, and you just add the water in and you stir it up, the little frozen things. They had apple juice, orange juice, grape juice. I'm not sure what other kind of juice. And you drink it. They used to serve it at our schools. If you went to camp, they served it. Parents served it to their children. Let me know if you all remember the Minute Maid frozen juices that they used to sell in the can. And so Minute Maid, it's some interesting wording. See, you guys remember it. Rosemarie said you remember Cozy Boxy, remembers. Chosen Girl remembers. Gabby says, yes, I remember 3 cans of water. Yes, yes. Reflection to Session said the best juices. Listen, well, they're disconnecting it, but this is what I found to be interesting. I'm going to read a little bit of this. It said, Minute Maid is icing out a line of products that helped give the company its start 80 years ago. This is how Minute Maid got their start. It said the company is disconnecting its frozen products, which included orange juice, lemonade. The Coca-Cola Company, because it's owned by Coca-Cola Company, which owns Minute Maid, has confirmed that they're going to be doing away with it. But this is what I found to be interesting because I didn't know this. You all let me know. It says Minute Maid, which was known as the Vacuum Food Corporation, shipped its first frozen orange juice concentrate in 1946. In 1946. The item has long been preferred by shoppers for its extended life and often cheaper price compared to fresh orange juice. Now, when they asked Minute Maid, so apparently they had the original orange juice, the pulp-free orange juice, countryside style orange juice, lemonade, limeade, pink lemonade, and raspberry lemonade. They said the reason that they are no longer doing it is because the consumer demand for it changed. It says in 1945, the company, then known as Florida Foods Corporation, so it started in Florida, won a contract to sell powdered orange juice to the U.S. Army, but when the deal fell through, the next year it pivoted to making frozen orange juice concentrate instead. The frozen juice product was called Minute Maid, a nod to its convenience. Minute Maid. Get it? You can make it in a minute. Okay, so it goes on to say it was acquired by Coca-Cola Company in 1960, and in 1973, the brand introduced ready-to-drink orange juice sold in the cartons. But here's the other thing. Do you guys know, like some years ago, I had did some research and came across some research about orange juice, which I find this to be interesting that a lot of people don't buy the frozen canned orange juice anymore because that was a real concentrate as opposed to the orange juice that you're drinking inside stores. What they do, unless you're going to a juicer, I'm talking about the orange juice companies. They literally take the orange juice and put it in a jar. They suck all the orange juice out of it. Pour water in it. It's like a process, and they put it back in there. Put it back in there. So you're really not drinking orange juice. Because if you ever go to a juice store and you purchase orange juice, it has like a 3 to 4 day window of when that juice is going to get bad. Like they tell you, you need to drink it within this week. Like it doesn't last for 2-3 weeks. You're not drinking real orange juice. The frozen concentrated orange juice was just that. It was orange juice frozen. You know, it was frozen, you know? So I say all of that to say there comes a moment when you've once questioned something, but now you know. That kind of changes everything. So what's happening? Why are these changes coming? Why, is this time happening? Now, some people can see it as prophecy. Some people see it as an awakening. I think it's a combination of a lot of things happening. But if I had to sum it up more, people are becoming more aware of their intuition, and we're living more in the right hemisphere than the left hemisphere. And because a result of that, we have spent eons building our right consciousness up, right? To now that we're bringing our intuitive conscious mind online and these two are working together, we're having another explosion of the superconscious coming online. We're becoming more multisensory beings. We're becoming more intuitive base. So we're leading with more of our intuition. And so the question we could pose at this particular time, why people are trusting their intuition more right now. One of the things that I have been saying for years, and I kept saying even before, that thing that went on during the 2020 and so on, that eventually it's going to become very difficult to grow up and live on planet Earth without using your multisensory abilities. And it is. More and more when you are strolling through channels, I am watching videos and things on TikTok, Instagram, and even on YouTube. And I am watching AI people. People are literally clicking, liking, watching videos that is not a real person. I'm not talking about people who use AI to duplicate themselves. I'm talking about a person that does not exist. I'm talking about someone that doesn't have a soul. Stay with me. Stay with me. Someone that doesn't have a soul, meaning they were not birthed through the eternal ethers of Source and made a soul choice to come here on the planet. They don't exist. It's nowhere for them to go because they were not created in the same process that we have been created. And so that's what I'm calling a person without a soul. You understand? They are doing videos. They look like you. They look like me. They look like our neighbors. They look like our grandmothers. They look like our grandfathers. They look like our children. They look like people we see on the streets, but they're not. They're not. And people are liking them. They are giving out information. They are giving out factual information. They are telling you things. You understand? They are feeding you. I've seen someone say fast, non-food. Yeah, they are feeding you information and you are taking it in. Stay with me. Stay with me. I was just speaking about how soon all of these AIs, they're going to do with AI what they did with Microsoft. And I want to say thank you. Shout out to the Soul family member, Tiffany. Tiffany sent me the article because what's that? Sora. It's a couple of companies that they were going to buy and they stopped. Yeah, because they realized here's the gag. Soon we're going to start charging, and they already start rolling out these charges, baby. All it is free, 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 open source, come do me. No, the open source was there to collect your intel because artificial intelligence is just that. It needs intelligence, and not just intelligence of the 1% on the planet. We need intelligence from the highest to the lowest of those in all aspects of life, all your creativity. When you feed your creativity into it, it gives it permission. From artists who sing. There was an artist right now, and she was on social media and she was doing her, yes, I love that. Exactly. NPCs. But here's the gag. It can only duplicate what is already here. There are people who have souls who are NPCs. So I'm not going to call them a true NPC according to me, because I know people with souls who are NPCs here. Now, that may be another discussion, and we don't have to agree on that. That's just my take. I wouldn't call them NPCs, even though they act like an NPC. The very difference, NPCs can have souls. These don't have souls. They were not birthed. NPCs, you can have a soul and be an NPC. Oh, it's very real. Very real. Happens with a whole bunch of people on the planet that are NPCs. They don't even know they NPCs, but they are. They are. But anyway, that's a different story. Let me stay focused. Let me stay focused. Let me stay focused. But that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. So, but here's the thing that I'm telling you. These, what was I going to get into? Yeah. Let me stay here. So these AI is soon going to start charging, but they're charging you for your own information. There was an artist, and she was saying she had wrote a song and she wanted to get the music to the song. So she sent it to some producers that she knew. And she said she was sitting there, and all of a sudden somebody was playing a song, and it sounded like her singing the song that she wrote and she sung. But she didn't think too much of it right away. But what then ended up happening, when she contacted the producer, he sent her back her song and said, "Tell me if you like what I just did with the song you sang and sent me." And she said, "Oh my gosh, how did you get it done so quick?" Well, lo and behold, to her, what she found out is that he put it inside one of the AI music programs. And she was devastated, because when you do that, you give them permission to your likeness, to her writing style, and her voice, that it can now use that and train it, and they can create a character and make money, and it sounds just like you. Take your words you have and use it. And now she's pressing forward to get a bill passed. I spoke about this because in Switzerland, I want to say they're the first people to do it, Amsterdam or Switzerland, where you can start copywriting your voice, your likeness, your extremities, like your body, your face, your sound. You can copyright and trademark that, because that's going to be the new, I told you guys a while back, copyrights are going away. But what you can copyright your voice, your cadence, your style, because believe it or not, that has a signature. Eventually, it will go to how you type online. So I always tell people how you have a signature. People think they doing little slick stuff online and people can't figure it out. If you could read energy, you know who the person is because you still leave a signature. And so that kind of slowed me down on using some of these programs the way I was using them, because they have this claw that whatever you put in it, you no longer own the rights to. They own the rights. And I guarantee you, the rooster is going to come home to claim its rights. It's going to come home and claim its rights. And you're going to be somewhere thinking you finna make a bag and they finna snatch your bag and tell you, oops. And there it is. But we've seen this happen in the world before. And I know that we are intelligent enough that we will figure this out. So I'm not worried about that. I tell you that so you all can have an awareness and be a little bit more conscious about some of the things you're doing. Not scared, not in fear, but aware of what you're doing and understand. Sometimes the benefits outweigh the risk. That's just life, right? That's just life where we're living. So I'm telling you for that reason. But here's the thing. Do you all remember back when we used to produce things, particularly in our country? Because I know if you guys are in other countries, you guys are producing things. But here in America, there was a time that we had factories and why we had factories and why we had textile companies and we had manufacturing companies and we were making things for real. Like people were in these companies really making things. And then all of a sudden, the world found out about something that changed the game. It was a game changer. I remember when I heard the game changer. I remember I could tell you where I was, what I was doing, when it went down in the DMs. And everybody found out about Alibaba. Do y'all remember that? That was a game changer. And I did a whole show on that, the game changer of the Alibaba. And they said, be very careful. Because it was a lot of creatives, a lot of creative and innovative people that was sending things to China. And China was over there making it. In the US, it may cost you $100. You send it to China, they do it for 3 cents, baby. 3 cents. And the quality would be better. And you could get more for less for your bang of bucks. And people were sending their stuffs over there. I remember this happened with Michael Jordan and he tried to take them to court. Allegedly, because I don't have my facts in front of me, but Google me. Michael Jordan tried to take them to court because them jokers was over there and they said, oh, guess what? We gonna make Jordans. Yeah, you wanted us to make your Jordans. We gonna make your Jordans, Nike, but we're gonna make our version of Jordans and we're gonna sell them. Yeah, we get to do that. And they said, no, you can't. So Michael Jordan said, I'm going to take y'all to court. When he went over there and they went to court, they showed this tall Asian man. And he took the damn basketball in the courtroom and did the jump like Michael. And they said, we're not modeling that after you. We're doing it after him. Now what? Now what? I was flabbergasted when I watched that. They told him, oh, because we make it, we could do what I want. People were making products and they was making their own products, selling it online. So many people who were on Shark Tank had sent their inventions over to China to get the prototype done. And guess what? Before they could get the trademark and the prototype done, they took the invention, put a different name on it and was selling it themselves. And that's still the risk you take when you send your products to somebody else to manufacture it. And it's nothing you can do. They did it to Apple. Do y'all remember where they had a whole Apple store set up and people was going inside buying Apple iPhones and it wasn't Apple because they were selling Apple parts. Listen. I don't know how to, how can I tell y'all this in my language? Let me see if I can get the language here of why you've got to start using your intuition. Y'all don't remember that? People was lined up outside the store and Apple was furious. They was like, oh, you got to shut that down. That's not our store. They was telling people, what you want? Listen. Listen, 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 listen. When I ordered my iMac desktop, that I love, by the way, look at me and look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Okay? I'm on it now. I love it. But when it came from China. It didn't come from California. It did not say, Ms.Blue, this is shipping on Thursday from California. This didn't come from California. This baby right here, this baby didn't come from California. Now I'm going to bring it full circle for you. And I'm going to tell you why I'm telling you all right now. Just like unbeknownst to me, and first of all, I want to say this on an all serious note. I owe you all an apology. And I am truly, truly sorry. I said this before when it happened, but I'm going to say it again now. In all serious, I'm sorry. Because I really thought everybody knew this. Now, my background in a past life is in fashion merchandising and interior design. So I have known this for probably longer than some of you have been alive. It wasn't a secret to me. But I didn't realize that most people didn't know this. So I am sorry. So when the whole scandal came out and people were devastated, not you guys, of course, not y'all, that they found out that they Louis, they Chanel. If you say you love me, then you put me in Chanel. At the Chanel, they Coach, they Saint Laurent. All of these things were being made. Dior in China. And they were flabbergasted. Hermes, allegedly, right? I don't want none of them coming from me. That it was made in China. And I said the impeccable question, because the first person who told me this was a good friend of mine. And I said, don't you think if we were making these clothes, this jewelry, all of this, these Gucci's, all of this, if we were making it, wouldn't you have a friend, a cousin, a neighbor, a coworker, or somebody who knew somebody who worked in some of these places that you would say, oh, I work with a lady, and guess what? Her cousin got a friend and a neighbor who work inside the Gucci factory, or work inside the Dior factory, or work inside the Chanel factory. Wouldn't we know somebody who knows somebody who knew somebody who knows somebody? You mean to tell me we done went eons? And as much as we love this, and I do too, I have purchased it. I knew it. It doesn't make it less valuable because of who's making it. See, that's the twisted Western world mentality that somehow they think it made it less. It doesn't make it less than. But see, it's something about awareness. It is something about something you question. And once you know, oh, that's a game changer. See, that's a game changer. That's when the world just woke up to a whole nother level. Like it started blowing people's minds. They started burning their stuff. They started giving it away. They said they don't want it no more. They don't want nothing to do with it. And you telling me this is all because of the illusion that you thought Julie, Marcus, Tyrone, and Shaquanda was back there sewing your Dior dress. You was okay with that as long as you thought Maria and them was making it. But because it was made somewhere else and you realize it wasn't what you thought, now it's not worth nothing. See, that's where I have a problem. See, I already knew where it was coming from. I already knew who was making it. I still didn't have a problem saying, if you love me, you're going to put me in Chanel. I didn't have a problem with that. See, that's how you real. I didn't have a problem with that. But I realized that half the world had a problem with that. And so I tell you all that because this is when we started waking up again. We started waking up again. We seen another wave of people in the world waking up. Their consciousness was waking up. I remember during the time where we all had to wear masks. Y'all remember that? Mask on, mask off. You know, Future told us about the mask on and mask off. He taught us that, right? Well, I remember when the governor of New York was telling people at home, don't you know somebody who know how to sew? I mean, can't y'all get some co-workers together, cut out some material and start making masks? I want you to understand that all of that was going on. And half of the Western world was clueless because Etsy had a whole Renaissance artisan community that could have turned all of that around in 24 hours. 24 hours. They literally have some of the... I watched a YouTube video the other day of this young girl who said, I'm going to take this early 19th century Chanel dress and I'm going to make a pattern and I'm going to recreate it myself. And she did. She did. She took like a $3,000 dress and made it in a weekend. She did. No pattern. Never been to school for it. I watched a young little sister said she wanted a Hermes bag. So she brought a kit and she put a purse together in her mother's house in her bedroom with her damn Hello Kitty pillows on her bed. And she sewed it together by hand. And oh, by the way, she filmed it, put it on YouTube and said, you too can do it. And you can watch my step-by-step video and I'll teach you. So listen. You remember back in the day when they used to have that commercial, come back to Jamaica. Y'all remember that? And they would say, what old is what's new. That's what's happening. What old is becoming new. We got new farmers. New farmers. They do things a little different. You understand? Because see, the old farmers are either no longer here or they have tried to pass it down to about 3 generations of their children, their grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and they all gave them the finger. But there go that one weird little grandchild that don't act like none of the other grandchildren. That simply says, you know what? I want to grow my own food. I want to have my own animals. I want to eat my own food. And I want to do it my own way. And they are now taking over those farms. These are some of the things that I told you guys would be shifting and would be changing and would be happening. And so what I'm basically telling you right now, we are in the time. As Michael Jackson would say, do you remember? The time is now. And so people are trusting their intuition more. And we've seen these waves come in. If you're old enough, we've seen these waves come in. They're coming in more. And they're not just hitting the new generation. They're going to be hitting some of you. They are going to be hitting some of you. Some of you, what you're doing right now, you're going to get, and you're going to be doing something completely different. Completely different. Totally different. Because your brain is picking up on patterns faster than before. And what used to take some time is now happening in an instant. In an instant. These are all the things that I have told you guys years and years. If you've been listening to me for a while, you know this ain't what I'm saying now. This is old. This is old, what I'm saying. We are here. And when I say here, we're not in the door. We ain't got one foot on the ground. We fresh. We here. We're here and we're building. We're here. The other thing that is happening right now, emotional sensitivity is being heightened. And because emotional sensitivity is being heightened, misalignment is easy to detect. Look at your life. It is easier than ever to detect when you're not in alignment. Tell me if I'm wrong. That sensitivity is so sensitive, baby. You gonna know when you're out of line. Now, you can play crazy and act like it's the world against you, but you know when you're out of line. You understand? And then this is the other things. Thanks to generations before us, our parents, our grandparents, the nervous system is less tolerant. The nervous system has this much room for confusion. Back in the day, we can stay confused for years. You ever met that person? They ass was confused in the year 2000. It's 2022, 2026, and they still confused. Not anymore. The nervous system, baby, can't take confusion. It don't have no tolerance for confusion. Zero tolerance. And if you don't believe me, think about the last time you were in the midst of some confusing things going on, and how fast did you go looking for a solution? Oh no, you didn't sit there and just stay confused. You said, oh no, I don't care today is that day. I'm going to call somebody. I'm going to ask somebody. I'm going to do something. I'm going to stop a stranger. I'm going to get on Google. I'm going to get on AI. I'm going to figure it out. No tolerance for the confusion because your nervous system can't. And if you stay in confusion, two things will happen. The mind will start to break down. The body will start to break down. If you feel that is coming, it's time to stop. Stop. Just stop what you're doing. Just stop where you are. Nobody move. Nobody get hurt. And come back. Come back to you. Come back to you. Because that's a sign you're going in the wrong direction. Something is wrong. And if you don't know what it is, stop. Stop everything. Stop the connection. Stop the doing. Stop the being. Stop the eating. Stop the seeing. Stop the listening. Stop the strolling. Stop the hearing. Just stop and go within. Because somewhere there is confusion. And the body is saying, baby, we can't do this. We need clarity. We need coherence. That's what we need. And that's how people are going to start healing faster. Here's something else I discovered. So many people in this last window of the last 5 years have come down like they have been healthy out of hell, went to the doctor one day and boom, doctor starts running down a whole list of things that's wrong. Not that's going wrong, that's wrong. Blood, issues with the heart, issues with the lungs, issues with the kidneys, issues with the bladder, issues with all kinds, the organs, just instant. And I kept saying to myself, because I had so many clients come to me, I kept saying, wait a minute, something's not right. What is this? And even myself with the challenges I had, what is this? I wanted to get to the root of what was this? Is it really that, let's just say, and I'll put it on me, was I being that neglectful this whole time? Was I that much in denial? Was I that reckless with me? And the answer I heard clearly was no. I said, so what was the reason? Because I gotta be able to give, what's the reason? And then my guides took me on a journey and I seen the reason. The reason is because we are coming into a healing time where things, I remember when my uncle, and some of you may remember my Uncle Mac when I brought him on, he made his transition. He was over 100 years old. But my Uncle Mac talked about during the pandemic, I asked him, when I interviewed him, I said, does he remember a time when the world was like this before? And he talked about polio. And he said the same thing that everybody's doing, stay in the house and stay away from people, that we're doing now. That was the same thing that happened back then when he was a little boy, when polio broke out. Now, fast forward to more modern times, like a lot of those childhood things, they have been annihilated. Like they don't exist anymore. These things, we don't have these kind of outbreaks anymore. And you can go back further than that throughout time and you will see these things. And so Spirit showed me that these will be the individuals who will carry the energetic body, the antibodies, and the knowledge for the healing in the future. And that's why some of them are getting these, not because they were just completely reckless, right? Not to take away some accountability, but because it's being given to people who can heal it. Because it's no fun to give something to someone who can't heal it. The body is being given just like Henrietta Lacks, if you know that story, and all of the discoveries that are coming at. Some of you are coming down with these things because that is going to be a part of your focus and service to the world, to give that healing back of what you made it to the other side of. Because some of it, it's no rhyme or reason. It's no rhyme or reason. The mind is always going to tell you, make up a story about why you caught a cold, or why this is going wrong, or why that has happened. The mind is always going to try to ration it. But some of it is because they know, oh, you're the person, you're doing your inner work, you're doing the work to work on yourself. So you're going to be the person that lives with it, that you can live with it. Yeah. By definition, somebody could say you have it. Like I know some people who are very much aware and they have kidney disease. They have all of this. They done live 20, 30, 40, 50 years. They still living. They living better than me and you. But on the books, it's saying you got this, you got that. That's why you got to stop judging. Got to stop judging. Got to stay out of that judgment, and you got to stay out of it. It doesn't just work with the body. I know that's an easier way for us to take in. And sometimes people have radical ideas. I'm not saying you got to agree with it. I'm not saying you got to go with it. I'm saying stay out of judgment. Know what is for you and what is not for you. And that's that. No harm, no foul. Do what you got to do, but I'm not with that. You understand? Because this is happening to people. And a lot of times when something happens to us, whether it's our money, whether it's us being sick, whether it's, relationship, we think we're doing something wrong. And I'm not going to hold you. A lot of times we are. but that may not be the only perception or the angle of why that is occurring. Everything starts energetically first. So there can be a multitude of reasons for why things are happening. And you can't just stop at one level. So sometimes we think we're going to fix it on the physical level and we'll be fine. No, no, no. Energetically level. You got to look at that. You got to look at that. And then your soul purpose level. You got to look at that. You got to look at that and be willing to expand your consciousness about how you're looking at that. How are you looking at that? How are you connected with that? So emotional sensitivity is heightened right now. And so misalignment is so easy to detect. Pay attention. The nervous system has so little tolerance right now because it is seeking clarity and coherence for you to have that. And so it's important that you understand that if you're in any kind of confusion, stop, because there's a greater story being told here, and one that you can lean into with love, because that's going to be the quickest healing medicine. That joy, when you can swallow joy, that's the best medicine on the planet. And what better joy to have than when something starts acting up on me, I just start sending it love and I start getting very curious. Ooh, this is going to be something for me to figure out. Oh, I'm so excited. Let's dive in. Not from a place of fear, not from a place of judgment, but from a place of sovereignty, from a place of accountability and responsibility and a place of power. And bringing them together with the place of, wow, I'll get to work on this with someone, whether it's a doctor that you trust, or a naturopathic, or an energy healer, or a combination of all three coming together. See, people who have taken my classes and done this work, we understand this. We understand this. We're not running from this. We're not scared of this. We understand this. So there could be many different reasons. Don't let this world trick you into giving up your power because they see something that they consider to be abnormal, different, or not. I'm not telling you to be foolish, because you got to do your work. Because once something has manifested in this physical world, you got to take care of the physical body, the mental body, the energetic body, all of the bodies, baby. My body, your body, everybody wants your body. You know, y'all remember that song? You got to take care of all the bodies. But we can have fun with it, even when it doesn't feel so fun all the time. And you will see great transformation. I have testimonies of so many of my clients who have turned their situation around. And here's the gag. So many of them that have not turned it around according to the Western world's perception. But if you look at across the board how they feel, they don't have no symptoms. Let me say that again. They don't have no symptoms. And I'm not just talking about physical symptoms. They're not even showing any energetic symptoms. Now, when they go to the doctor's still saying, well, our test showed this and test showed this, but your body is not responding like any of this is affecting you. So keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing because it's still there, but it ain't doing nothing. Yeah. See, that's really what's called being in remission. But we don't want to go in remission. We want straight healing. So we are going to change the way we think about healing and health on this planet because it's starting to look real different. I also told you guys a couple of years ago that medicine that wants harm, the medical world is going to start healing. And we've already seen proof of that. Now they're using words that a couple of years ago you would get sued for saying. Now they're saying they went after Dr. Sebi because he was saying he could heal, took him to court and everything. Of course, he won. But now they're saying it. We can heal this. I watched a commercial where they were talking about some form of hepatitis. And they were saying, we can heal this now. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say heal? Did you say cure? Y'all curing stuff now? Are we in a new world? See, these are some of the signs to start looking for being in a new world. But you have to claim your residency in the new world rather than waiting on someone else to give you permission to come to the new world. No one is stopping you from coming here. Because it's a frequency. No one is stopping you from coming here. And it can be exactly how you know it to be for you. Because everything ain't for everybody. My mama taught me that, So here we go. So now let's talk about this. Here's another reason why the multisensory abilities is coming online faster at this time. And people are trusting their intuition more right now because repeated experiences have built internal evidence. You have too much evidence. Somebody said in chat, they've seen too much. Yes. When you have so many repeated experiences, you have internal evidence. And so doubt has less space to exist. Right now, there should be nothing that you want to do in this world that cannot take care of you, that you cannot live the life you desire, and you cannot feel the freedom that you desire, because we have cracked the glass ceiling on what is possible in this world. You will never get no more examples after this. There are literally 80-year-old grandmothers and 2-year-old babies making millions of dollars on TikTok doing what they consider to be fun. So if you're sitting back somewhere thinking that your gift will not make room for you, I suggest that you take a stroll on social media with a purpose, and you will find people doing outlandish things that you think, oh, this is dumb, this is stupid, or this is funny, this is cute. And these people are living their best life, which means your gift will make room for you. But you got to know that your gift is worthy. And that's why self-worth is always going to be top tier, baby. That's upper echelon. Self-love, self-confidence, self-esteem. Those need to be your top 3 non-negotiables for growing up and living on planet Earth. Can I get a witness? Self-love, self-confidence, and self-esteem. Mama may have, our parents grew up with that. Papa may have, but God bless the child that has its own. I'm going to rewrite the script, and we're going to burn the old one. And self-love, self-esteem, and self-courage, self-confidence, those are the top 3 that you're going to need to survive on planet Earth. And if you have those top 3 in your corner, nothing can be against you, but you need them 3 to survive. So I want you to understand at this point in our lives, we have so many experiences that have repeated themselves, that we have internal evidence. So doubt has less space to exist. This is not the time to doubt. Doubt is like a drought. Okay? When something dries up, This is what you're doing to all of your goodness that you have inside of you. When you doubt, you are drying up all of your superpowers. You are drying them up. You're drying them up. You're droughting. You're in a drought because you have so much doubt. So if your money ain't right, if your health ain't right, if your children ain't right, if your life ain't right, if your relationships ain't right, I need you to look at, where have I doubted myself? Where is this doubt coming from? Because doubt is going to take you into a drought. And somewhere you're going to get drowned. It's just going to dry out. Okay? No more doubt. And then for this, here is the last one. There's a natural pull towards alignment. And I know you all have felt this. There's a natural pull towards alignment. It's like you see something. You may see the thumbnail. Many of you, first time here, you click, oh, this alignment. You didn't know what it was going to be about. You didn't know what it was. You heard a song, you press play. It's alignment. You're going to start getting into a natural pull towards alignment because your system now is preferring truth over comfort. See, there was a time where we all would sit around. You know, when I was little, I was taught misery, love, company. A friend in need is a friend you don't need, meaning somebody who always needs something. Never bring nothing, but they always need something. My parents used to tell me, that's a friend you don't need. A friend in need is a friend you don't need. I'm not talking about someone who needs help. I'm talking about someone who can never help you. You can only help them. Friend in need is a friend you don't need. You need somebody who sometimes they can give a little too. You can give, they can give. But you can't always be that person that just come and you just need stuff every time you come. So I tell you all this because we are in that pull towards a natural alignment. And right now, what the world needs now, what the beings on the planet needs now is a system that prefers truth. They don't want to be comforted. And believe it or not, sometimes comfort points on earth because of this low density is somebody just telling you shit you want to hear 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Don't want to challenge you, don't want to do anything, or they want to keep you locked in fear. They want you to be scared of everything. They want you to know that if you're walking down the street and you accidentally bump into a man that's walking by you, that y'all unswap souls. This is the world we're living in. These are real things that people have brought to me. Or they want you to know that your grandmother who's chasing you down the street with a knife in a dream is really going to get you. She going to come get you. Your granny coming to get you. And she after you. She wants you to believe that. They want you to believe that a spirit can harm you. I'm not talking about one in a physical body. I'm talking about one on the other side. That somehow that can get you. This is the world that we're living in. And believe it or not, that kind of fear is comfort for people because in this 3D reality, we are so used to living in this denseness that when you see that person that seems like they're happy all the time, we are desperately looking for a way to burst their bubble, to let them know we wishing bad on you because you're happy all the time. You're full of joy all the time. And I want you to be miserable like me. In fact, people will say, I feel better knowing that you going through the same thing I'm going through. Say that again. So you happy this happened to me because it makes you feel like you not alone? This is the world that people want you to live in. That you can feel good, that you struggling, I'm struggling, we struggling, woo. Me and you must never part. I want you to hurt like me, 'cause it makes me feel better knowing I'm not the only one who's in pain. I want you to think about that. Maybe we should run that back and say, wow, so you're not in pain? I would love for you to tell me how you did it, 'cause I want to be like that. And that's why me and you gonna be tight, 'cause you done figured out something I don't know. And if you share it with me, I will love that. I will love that. I struggled with this when I first came in consciousness, because people was like, I'm glad to know you've been through some things. I mean, I get it. No one is saying this in a cynical way, but we've been programmed to feel this way. We've been programmed to feel this way. I feel better knowing the same thing happened to you. Matter of fact, there are groups who bond together in pain. Narcissists Anonymous. We gonna celebrate this. We gonna get together because we all been duped by a narcissist. That's not healthy. It has never shown to be healthy for people to get together, because you just reliving it and 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 reliving it again. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea to sometimes get with people who may have experienced some things through a process of your healing, because some of that is necessary. But to live there, no. No, 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 no. You're not designed to live there. Because see, that mind, that beautiful, genius mind of yours, it doesn't know that you're not experiencing it over and over again, because every time you talk about it and you repeat it. That's why I tell you guys, and I know it's been very unpopular opinion for the 2 decades. When you tell me that horrific story that's going on with you, 9 times out of 10, you know what Ms.Blue's going to tell you? Thank you for sharing that, but don't ever repeat that story again, because you're leading with it. And so instead of it being something you experience, you have made it a part of who you are. And if it's who you are, it's going to be difficult to heal, to overcome, to understand, to move past it. Because if that is you, then now you're no longer battling the ex in the relationship. You're no longer battling the disease. You're no longer battling the condition. You're no longer battling the experience. You're battling yourself. But you're still trying to claim that identity, because now this is who you are. You're telling me this is who I am. You're leading with your trauma. You're leading with that experience. You're leading with that discordance. So there's nowhere for you to go. You can't grow past that. You got to get a new story. Hence, that's where the whole card in the deck, get a new story. Because I was telling people for over 2 decades, get a new story, get a new story. Write you a new story today. Once upon a time, in a faraway kingdom, there lived a girl, there lived a boy, there lived a man, there lived a woman. And make it have a good ending, a good ending, a beautiful ending. I would do this with my children early in the morning before they left to go to school and we went to work. We would play Once Upon a Time, and I would start it out. Once upon a time in a faraway kingdom, and I would let them tell the story, because you got to know how to tell a story with a good ending. If you look at our movies and in theaters, there ain't no good damn ending stories anymore. Nobody don't want to see that. We want to see everybody murder, death, kill. We want everybody gone. We want the whole planet wiped out and only one person alive. We don't want no good ending. Somebody got to go, because they're trying to embellish that into your psyche to keep the program running. How you know the program is collapsing? Because the movies are getting more and more horrific. Horrific over time. It's getting horrific. And that's how you know. That's how you know. And yes, Brittany, I have been telling people to get a news story. Because until we all get a news story, I'm going to keep reminding you to get a news story. That part. Yeah. So that's why. So I want you all to know this. Understand it. There's a natural pull towards alignment. And our systems are preferring truth over being comfortable. It's time to get uncomfortable again. Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable in how you think. Uncomfortable in how you feel. Uncomfortable. I'm not saying put yourself in a deficit. I'm saying don't get too comfortable. You know, I remember one time when we were children, and this is a good teaching story for parents as well. And I remember when my cousin had said something to my aunt, and she said, "Oh, you done got way too comfortable." You know how people get so comfortable with you, they jump out of pocket. That part. How people get so comfortable, they feel like they can say, do, and be any kind of way. You can't do that. Can't do that. You have to remind yourself not to get too comfortable. Yeah. So, many people are calling this an awakening, but it's not. It's not an awakening. It's not an awakening. We have moved past awakening. We are becoming multisensory. And we're waking up to a different level of consciousness, of expansion, of elevation, of transformation. So now I want to talk about something else that's important because many people confuse the two. There is a big difference between overthinking and inner knowing. Overthinking and inner knowing. These two. And I want to talk about, and thank you all for the super chat donation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anubis. I'm going to put you guys on screen here. I just want to keep going because y'all know me. We're not going to be here for 5 hours. You understand? We're not going to be here for 5 hours. Griffin said my mom would say they start smelling themselves. Yeah, that's what the elders would say. Oh, you smelling yourself now. I like that one too, Griffin. I'll show you, Mama. But let's talk about overthinking and inner knowing. And so overthinking, what does overthinking feels like? And I was speaking with a client to help them understand the difference between overthinking and inner knowing. Because they kind of seem like they're the same, but they ain't the same. Hey, Lola Falana. Lola in the building. But let's talk about overthinking and what it feels like. Overthinking is repeating the same question without a resolution. That's overthinking. That's how you know for sure you're overthinking. It's something that you keep repeating the question to yourself, and there is no resolution. There's none. There's no resolution. That's overthinking. Here's another example of overthinking: needing constant external validation. I'm not talking about some things in our lives because we need that. Everybody needs a sounding board. This is why we have a soul family, a collective. This is why we have people in our lives. And part of the reasons in healthy relationship, you want people that you respect their insight and how they can see a situation to give you a different perspective. I'm not talking about that, but I'm saying the constant needing for external validation. You don't make no move unless your mama, your daddy, the people, your friends, who you talk to, who you listen to, the ancestors, your spirit guide. You ain't doing nothing unless something outside of you, even though technically two of them coming inside, but it's outside. Y'all feel me? You need some sort of external validation. That's overthinking. Another part of overthinking is mental fatigue. You think about something so much that you exhaust yourself. You didn't wore yourself out with mental fatigue, trying to work the problem out in the mind. And you're having circular thoughts, like a thought that's looping, that just keep looping. And I'm not talking about something that may be a critical situation or something of urgency. I'm talking about this your everyday thought. It's just loops and constant mental fatigue, right? Here's another one, and this one can be a little tricky. Fear-based. What if? But your what if ain't good. Your what if is if the bad. Well, what if this happens? But what if I go and that happens? And what if this happens? And what if that happens? And all of these what ifs are bad. They're negative, worst case scenarios. That's overthinking. Or a sense of pressure. Everything is pressure. Got to pay the bill. Got to go to work. Got to get this done. Got to finish this project. There's pressure or urgency and everything. That's overthinking. This is pure overthinking. And I want you all to know that. So now let's talk more about what inner knowing kind of feels like. It's quiet. It's quiet. Very quiet. And it's direct. And it's simple. My guides showed me this from the beginning. Simple. That's it. It's simple. It's not complicated. It ain't an 18-step program. I remember one time I had went to the Clinique counter. Shout out to Clinique. Y'all know the cosmetic line Clinique. And I wanted to try this moisturizer because I had a friend of mine was using it. Her skin was looking amazing. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go by the counter. I'm going to try to get that moisturizer. I went there and the sales girl started telling me about all the cleansing steps. And next thing I know, she had went through 4 or 5 steps. I was wore out. I was exhausted. I said, this is too complicated. I got to wash with this. I got to tone with this. I got to do this. I got to put this on and then put this on in the morning. It's too much. 3 steps, the most. You start talking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 steps. Too complicated. Too complicated. So if y'all want to know why everything that I show you guys is simple, 1, 2, 3 step, as Sierra say, I love to see you 1, 2 step. I love to see you do the 1, 2, 3 step because I'm not going to try to overwhelm you with too many steps. Simple, direct, and quiet. That's how you know it's inner knowing. Inner knowing, it arrives at once and it's clear and it's not going to give you part of the story. It's not going to tell you something, give you something, and leave the rest as a mystery. It's not going to do that. It's going to arrive at once. And it's going to be clear. And most of the time, here's the real gag. You are getting the inner knowing. But your mind, as Aura would say, is telling you one thing and the body is saying something else. And then you get confused because you stop listening to your higher self and you start listening to everything else. And then this one is how you know it's inner knowing and not overthinking. There's no need to convince yourself. You don't have to convince yourself of it. You don't have to convince yourself. You don't need no convincing. You good. You understand. It's clear. You don't need any convincing. And this part I absolutely love. The body feels settled. Even if it's one of them hard pills to swallow. You know, even if the truth feels uncomfortable, the body is going to feel settled. I remember one time I had a realization, baby, that would drop you to your knees. But I couldn't deny it. I kept saying, this is in my mind. Blue, this is in your mind. This ain't real, Blue. This is in your mind. No, it wasn't. Because my body said, baby, this ain't nothing but the truth. That's it. It was so quiet in my head. It was so still in my body. I wanted it to be loud. I wanted it to make me feel some kind of way, but I could not deny the truth. You all know when truth hits you. It's not the person who's speaking. That's not who determines the truth. The truth is going to be how it feels within your body and your spirit. And the body is going to let you know because you're going to feel comfortable in your body. You're going to feel settled, even if it's a hard truth. Yeah. Another way you're going to know it's inner knowing, it doesn't argue with you. It's not going to be going back and forth in your mind. It's not going to be arguing with you. It's not going to argue with it. Just is. And you will be able to know this is inner knowing that I'm receiving from this situation, this circumstance, this step that I want to take, the next thing I want to do. There's no arguing. It's going to come in very clear. I remember one time I had an inner knowing drop in my spirit, claircognizant, and it said, run. It wasn't loud. It didn't scream at me. It said, run. And guess what my ass did? I ran. And it was a good thing I took off running right then. Yeah. So it's not going to argue with you. It just is. Understand your mind can debate. There is, remember the movie with Denzel Washington and the great debaters? Your mind will debate. But your knowing, baby, your knowing is not going to debate with you. It's just going to land. It's going to gracefully land. That's it. And that's how you're going to know. Yeah. How we doing? How we doing? I know it was kind of devastating, when I figured these things out. It was a little like, okay, I got to get it together. I had to kind of do that. You know how the little emoji close one eye. I had to do that too. I really had to do that with myself too, because I absolutely knew. So that's right, Griffin. It's going to be real clear. Yeah. All right. So now, speaking of which, we're talking about that uncomfortable clarity. Here's something that I want to share with you all. Clarity often comes, or shall I say arrive, like the arrival, without explanation. And this was a little tricky for me on my journey, early days. Like, how is that possible that I can get clarity without an explanation? Yeah. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the subconscious processes faster than your conscious thought. The subconscious. The subconscious is, think of that. You know how you could be that person, or you know somebody that's always like 5 steps ahead of you. That's the subconscious. You know, you think about like your parents, they always 5 steps ahead. You understand? That's the subconscious. The subconscious is processing faster than conscious thought. So it's always ahead. And so your brain has already gathered enough data that it doesn't need to explain it again. That be your conscious mind that want all of that explanation and explaining and reasoning and tell it to me again, and can you say it a different way, and can I think of it like this, and can I process it, and can I sit with it, and can I do, that's the brain doing all that. Your unconscious is like, got it. I got it. It's clear. And we over there, I'm gonna have to process. I'm gonna need to process. I'm gonna need to sit with that. I'm gonna need to think about that. That's the brain doing all of that. But your higher self is saying, we got it. We clear. We got it. We got it. It's clear to us. It's real clear to us. It's Windex clear. And if you know anything about Windex will get you real clear. Clear. It's clear. You understand? And then the other reason why clarity arises without any kind of explanation is because the body recognizes truth before the mind can begin to articulate it. And I have that problem really, really bad, that I understand faster than I can articulate sometimes. And sometimes those words, they don't really come out exactly how I want them to come out sometimes. I don't know if anybody else has had that, but that's why. That's why that is happening. Comes out in that kind of way, you know? And here's a big thing. And this has been a hot topic on the planet for a minute. And shout out to everybody who got the Aura Atlas blueprint readings. I hope you all are still working with your blueprints. They were so fun to do. And soon I will be doing another round and picking up those of you who paid afterwards to get your Aura Atlas blueprints, to be doing them too, because it was something a long time ago, even when I was making these room magnet energizers. Can y'all see that? That's just one I keep in this office here. But I have many of them all throughout the house, and I've sent them out to many of the soul families as well. But pattern recognition, that is something that is happening beneath awareness. These patterns. When I'm reading you guys' energy, that's literally how I see it. I see it with them lines, all them lines I drew, and the waves and the circles and the colors, and how I'm reading the blueprints in the aura. All of this pattern recognition is happening underneath my awareness. And it's happening for you as well too, right? And this is why sometimes we hesitate to trust ourselves. We hesitate to say, well, that came to me so quick. Let me stop. Let me pause. Let me think about it. When sometimes, not always, because sometimes we need to use both our analytical and our higher mind, right? But sometimes that's the worst thing we can do, is to think about something. That's the worst we can do, is to think about it. So I also want you to know, and by the way, I want you guys to know the chat is behind for some of you. It just depends. So some of you are behind where I am, and some of you are right where I am. It's like when some people would be on the phone and then they would be in chat saying things. It's because they were getting it before you were getting it in chat. Because some people are hitting me up, asking me questions. That's why it's happening. But no matter when you get it, whether you're in sync or whether you're a couple of seconds behind, depending on your internet provider, where you are in the world, what's going on in your world. That's why. That's why that's happening. But no, it doesn't matter. Long as you got it, you got it. Trust me, you got it. So I want you to know, yeah, don't think about it too much. There you go, Brittany. Tell them don't think about it. Don't think about it too much because it'll throw you off if you think about it. But pattern recognition is happening beneath your awareness. And you got to trust that. You got to really trust that it is. And sometimes test it out, not on something major, but on little things that are happening. So like when the phone is ringing, before you look at your phone, I want you to see what comes to you naturally. Like who's calling you? Is it your best friend? Is it your son, your daughter, your neighbor, your mother, your father, your cousin? Think about it. Use that awareness in those kind of ways. When you're paying for your groceries, even before you tally it all up and they say this is what your total, see if you could come up with the total. See what just comes to you without thinking about it. So you do these things to practice your awareness, to keep it in alignment. So you can learn how to trust the things that are coming in that is happening, whether it's the pattern recognition that's being picked up beneath your awareness, or all of those things that are happening. Start to do that. And I want you to understand that not all knowing is verbal. Understand that a lot of it is felt and perceived. You are perceiving what's happening. You're perceiving what's happening. You're feeling what's happening. You understand? I always think about that powerful song with Stephanie Mills because it was a life-changing song for me as a feeler. I was very clairvoyant, but I was also very clairsentient and claircognizance and audience. But I would say definitely when I was younger, I was more clairvoyant and more clairsentient, meaning I could see things that was in the unseen world and I could feel things. I was very sensitive. And so when she came out with Feel the Fire and she would sing, feel me, I want to feel the fire. She just wanted you to feel her fire. That song was so emotional. I remember staying up, learning every single word of that song because that's how I felt. I wanted people to feel my fire, meaning I wanted them to feel what I felt because I started realizing that everyone didn't feel what I was feeling. So I want you to know that not all knowing is verbal. And in most cases, it is not. You understand? It is something that is felt. It is something that is being perceived. And I want to kind of break this word down so you can understand it a little bit. It is about It is something that has been sent and you're receiving it. It's like you send it out and you're receiving it, right? It's kind of like being present. And I never forget when one of my teachers, guides shared this with me. Being present is present. Whatever is happening in your life right now, you present it. That's how come it's a present. And now you are living it. You are perceiving it now. It is present. You present it, perceived, right? So when we perceive something, it was present. A different circumstances, a different knowing, a different action, a different something that happened that was present, and you're perceiving it now. You're getting the understanding of it now. So a lot of times these pattern recognition, these things that are happening within the unconscious, beneath the awareness, or not all knowing is verbal to understand that some of it is felt, some of it is perceived, some of it you're feeling for real, and some of it was present. So when something becomes clear, often what happens is you can't fully explain why. And that can get you in a little bit of trouble. It certainly has for me. Because sometimes things are so clear, I can tell you, but I'm not going to be able to fully explain. You know, when I told everybody, oh, they getting ready to start, a lot of stuff. I can use a lot of stuff, but I'll give you one that's recent. When I told you guys, I'm going to tell you one of my truths here that I haven't disclosed is that they're getting ready to do with Microsoft Windows. They're getting ready to do that with AI and start charging people. I'm not talking about how they're charging now, where you pay a monthly fee. I'm talking about a usage fee. And it's going to keep evolving because they have enough information now that can take us way into the future as far as what we've given them. See, the real gag is we are coming into the time where the power is to the people. So I'm really not worried about what they trying to cap on, because it ain't going to cap, because ain't no way you finna take what I have put out and try to sell it back to me. And the reason I say that is because when you realize you're a sovereign being, you gonna realize there ain't shit you can produce for me that I ain't already produced for myself. And that's why you have to make sure that you're using all of these systems, all of these things as tools, and never forget you are the magic. That ain't the magic. It's a tool. So the tool is only as good as the user, and you only get activated, okay, when I activate you. You don't get to activate me. I activate you. You don't get to activate you. Listen, you ain't activating me. You're not going to come to me and give me a thought. I don't use tools like that. You can't activate. You're not going to pimp me. You understand? You're not pimping me out. You're not going to tell me this will be good for you. No. You're not pimping me. You're not going to pimp me. I'm not going to pimp you either, but I'm going to use you as a tool. And that's the difference. And so people are getting comfortable where they're letting it pimp them. Oh, this is what you need to do. Oh, you need to do this. Oh, you should be doing this or this. No. That's not how this is going to work. No. You're a tool. So therefore, I tell you what I'm going to do. And as a tool, you're going to help me get it done. That's all you're going to do. But see, what they also got us in a catch-22. Because anything you use for this tool is now fair game for everybody. You don't own it no more. You don't own it. That's the exchange. You no longer own it. So if you are putting you in there, then you no longer own you. They own you. And you got to keep coming back to the tool. But don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because we just on another frequency, and this will just be a challenge that we going to figure out. We're going to figure it out. We don't have it figured out now. It's going to be a rough spot for a lot of us. But for those of us who are really, truly creatives, we're going to go back to doing what we do best. You understand? Eventually, you're going to get tired of it and tired of it and tired of it, you know? And then the catch is, if you put it out on the internet, it's free game. So either you going to play the game or not. I say play, but as the song goes, play at your own risk, and we playing to win. We're not playing to lose. We're playing to win. And when you play to win, then you think not only for yourself, but you think for others who are playing beside you. And that's how I'm thinking about it. I'm not just thinking about playing to win for me, because there is no win if it's just me. Because that's a lonely ass place to be by yourself. I'm playing to win for all of us. And that's why I'm sharing this information with you. And I want you to play, not just for you, but play to win for all of us. Put us all in there. Think about us. while you playing to win for you. You understand? So this is the understanding, the higher understanding, and trying to figure out, working on a solution for how this thing is going to go. How is it going to go? Because eventually what's going to happen is none of that's going to matter. A couple of years ago in Self-Invested, I told everybody knowledge ain't going to be worth shit. And people got mad at me. They got upset. They felt like Ms.Blue was over there smelling herself, feeling herself. She told us knowledge ain't going to be worth nothing. But here we are in 2026 and knowledge ain't worth nothing. I don't care what kind of esoteric thing you want to put together, baby. Put it in an AI and it's going to spit it right back out like somebody who's been an adept student studying for 50 years. It's going to break down every civilization any way you want to have it broken down. Put it in a language that a second grader can understand and give it back to you. So we don't need more knowledge. We need something that's real. People are going to want something that they can feel. They want something that is coming through as a being that is in their sovereignty, that is speaking to you, that is real. And I know that's why you guys are here, because you need a little realness in your life. And one thing about Ms.Blue, two things for sure, I'm going to keep it real with you. That's what I'm going to do. And I can do that off the dome because I'm in a state of freedom. Because real freedom comes from the mind. Comes from the mind. It's not practiced. It's not rehearsed. It's free. I can sit down and I can have a conversation with you just like the rest of Soul family. I was speaking to a group today and I told them, you can come get somebody from my Soul family. You can get one person out the blue room and you can sit down and have a conversation with you. And I guarantee you, I can't vouch for the whole Soul family, but 99.9% of them, it ain't nothing you can't ask them that they cannot share their honest insight about. And it's going to be some shit you can't Google. That part. They're going to tell you something they live, that is real to them, that they really experience, what the outcome was, what their understanding was. Tie it to something spiritual, tie it to something in the Bible, tie it to something that goes back to some ancient book, take you back in a past life with it and tell you what their understanding is. Now, you may not agree with it. You may not say that's what you believe, but one thing you won't say is that they are not a sovereign being. They will be able to explain it to you. That part, that's right. They will be able, and they was like all looking at me like, okay, she passionate about her little tribe. No, I'm not passionate about it. This is real. This is real. This is real. And I'm not saying that I only got people who can do that. But clearly we know it's a lot of people out here who can't think for themselves. They can't move outside the constraints of where they are. They're locked inside of the dome and they're looking for freedom, constant freedom. They're looking for someone to lead them, not guide. There's a very difference. Have you ever went somewhere with a guide? And you ever went somewhere with somebody who's your leader? Those are two different archetypes. A leader and a guide? Oh, they different. They real different. Very different. Very different. Very, very, very different. And to the person in the pocket, don't get out of pocket. You'll find out for real. You know who I'm talking to. So, I digress. But y'all understand what I feel. Hey, Michelle. Good to see you, Michelle, in the building. Tanika, good to see you. Tremel, good to see you. Oh, Sheila in the building. I just happened to look over there at you guys. I just happened to look over at chat. We're going to continue on because I don't even know what hour, what moment. I don't know where we at, but I'm going to figure it out. Renika, There you go. There you go, Renika. Let them know. Let them know. Let them know. Let them know. All right. So here we go. But y'all understand what I'm saying. You understand. And if you found your way here, trust me, you are in alignment. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. I promise you, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So here we go. All right. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue. So when something becomes clear, most cases, it may be challenging for you to fully explain why. And that doesn't make it less valid. It often makes it more true. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. So now, let's continue on. So now we're going to talk about this one because this is a big one. I don't even know. We didn't even get to the DNA, the Kundalini, the chakras. I'm going to see if we can make it there tonight. I'm really going to try to get us there, okay? So I want to talk about this. So you may be feeling, even though everything is going right in your life right now. When I say right, that's objective, but you all understand what I mean by that. This is one of the biggest things that a lot of people on earth are experiencing right now, right? Things feeling a little off. And I'm going to tell you a couple of reasons why things can feel a little off to you right now. The nervous system. See, we are moving, and as we get into April, we're going to be like that. You know how they show dolphins and whales when they jump out the water and they jump high into the air? We are coming out of Pisces and we are moving into the air. We are moving into the air. And so we will be moving into air. Going forward, this is where the bridge is. Often you will hear, I've talked about this golden bridge, and you will hear, a lot of the ancients and ancestors and ancient teachings talk about this golden bridge before we get to what, quote unquote, is the age of Aquarius, which is a vibration. We won't go there. It's just a dimension. But we're on that golden bridge there. We're on that golden bridge. And as we're on that golden bridge, we're crossing over that golden bridge. When we come into this energy of Aquarius, and even if we look at it from an astronomy point of view, an astrological point of view, we have a lot of activity going forward that's happening in the astrological constellational sign of Aquarius. And Aquarius in astrology is considered to be an air sign, right? So it's connected to the ethers. In fact, it is one of the ancient symbols that represents the zodiac signs, all 12 as they be, or even all 13 if you want to go there. And the squiggly lines that you see is not symbolic of the water, even though you will see the Aquarian often depicted as holding the water, but the water is for the knowledge of the people. But this ziggly signs that you see there is really frequency. Hence, it's all about frequency, right? And so this is why you see a lot of the spiritual teachings. We've got this download, something I've been teaching for quite a few years through the Spirit Quest, we used to do back in the day. That's often how we would start our show on the remix. I would do spirit quest and we would go into these things, not a meditation, not a visualization, but what I coined to be a spirit quest, because what it was doing was it was a way to help you recalibrate your nervous system. When you're taking in new information and you're taking in insight and you're expanding your awareness, right? There is something that must take place. And one of those things that takes place by osmosis, if you are growing up on planet Earth, if you are doing your inner work, call it shadow work, whatever you want to call it, self-love work, the system, your nervous system recalibrates. Every time you take in a new awareness, there is a recalibration period that happens. And so why things could be feeling off, even if nothing is wrong, like you can't see or sense anything that is wrong, but you have that feeling something is wrong. You are coming into a new awareness. And so your system is recalibrating to that new awareness. And that can make you feel off because you're recalibrating, right? It takes a minute. Think about in a car when they recalibrate or when somebody gets an alignment. You know how your steering wheel's constantly, you driving like this, but you going straight, and then you go and get an alignment, and now you can take your hands off the wheel, and wherever you leave it, the car is going to drive. So that's that. So this could be one of the reasons why things feel off, because of your awareness. You know, we're taking in so many downloads. The sun, baby, the sun is sunning. And we get downloads from the sun. We get uploads from Earth. So we are getting bombarded with all of these opportunities to expand our awareness and become more crystalline beings, upgrade our DNA while we're living and growing on planet Earth. So things can feel off because you're recalibrating. And I want you to note that, because you may be feeling that things are off, but you don't know what it is. It's a great possibility that your nervous system, you're recalibrating. Here's the other thing. Old patterns no longer feel safe or comfortable. So things you used to do all day, 24 hours a day, it no longer feels safe anymore. You don't feel like, I can't do this anymore. You don't feel safe with it anymore, or you feel uncomfortable doing it. You may used to can sit for hours and watch a particular program or watch horror movies and nothing, it didn't impact you either way. Now it makes you feel uncomfortable, right? That could be simple reason why things feel off, okay? Because old patterns no longer feel safe. They no longer feel comfortable. So you'll be able to understand this. And then the other thing is there is a strong release. So here's what I want you all to do. And maybe, for those of you who like to study these kinds of things like me, I don't know if you guys remember back in the day when I got so excited and I started painting with glass, pen, and inks. And I had everybody buying the glass, pen, and ink sets. And we was around here painting with glass, pens, and inks. And I'm gonna help you help yourself. So we were around here painting with glass pens and ink, and we were constantly painting with the glass pens. And one of the things I painted was the sun. You're going to be hearing about a lot of activity on the sun. The sun has been doing things that the sun has not done since recorded history. The sun ain't did this since recorded history, but the sun is doing it now. The sun is CMEs, coronal mass ejections coming out of the sun. Anytime there is a lot of electromagnetic energy coming from the sun, I want you to make a note to yourself that there is a release of stored emotional responses that will trigger a lot of times within us on the planet. So as the sun releases, we are releasing stored emotions as well too. There's a powerful spirit quest that I did where I took everyone into the sun and we actually went through all of the different layers of the suns and many things that now scientists could see in the sun, I was seeing back then. So yes, the sun feeds us, it charges us, it electrifies us as well. But there's a time where the sun is releasing downloads, and those downloads are really activating us to release stored emotional responses that are inside of us. And so many of you are saying the sun was hitting different today, and people are feeling this. You could literally feel this. I'm telling you, it's not made up. You can really feel that the sun feels different. And this is the reason why. Now, here's another reason why things may feel off, because the nervous system, this is all going to be related to the nervous system here. So I want you all to just kind of stay with me here. I'm going to try to move through these very quickly. The other one is because your body is learning a new baseline. Like your baseline used to be here and now it's up here. So you're learning how to be at a new baseline with yourself. And so certain things that you could tolerate, you can't. You could eat spaghetti all your life. Now you eat spaghetti and you have an allergic reaction. This isn't just because our food has changed. It's because of your subatomic particles and your nervous system has adjusted itself. You have begun to transform. You are crystallizing. Your DNA, your subatomic particles are different. They are going to respond to things completely different. Completely different. So you can't eat foods that you once could eat, but now you can't eat that. You can't eat that food no more. And then vice versa. Something you used to couldn't eat, now you have a craving for, and you can eat without any problems eating it. You understand? So you're learning about not just the baseline energetically, you're learning about physically baseline. You're going to learn hair growing crazy, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, all kinds of stuff is happening. All kinds of things are changing within the body. And Lola Falana asked the amazing question. She said, Ms.Blue, is that the Schumann resonance is spiking up and down? Well, it's a part of the Schumann resonance, but it is a little different, but it all kind of goes the same. And yes, when the Schumann resonance goes up and when it goes down, that is really two things are happening. It is the frequencies that is coming outside of our atmosphere and the frequencies of the collective consciousness on the planet. So whenever we're feeling something, doing something, being something, we can spike that Schumann resonance, and we can also bring it down as well. So there is a relationship between the Schumann resonance and us on the planet as well, and the sun and the things that are happening. So true. And of course, planet Earth. And so as your body begins to learn your new baseline, different things begin to happen. And then the other thing that's going to go on is sensitivity is going to increase before stability returns. So you're going to be extra sensitive to everything, sensitive to words, sensitive to how you react, how you respond. You're going to feel like something is off. Something maybe you could ignore, you don't pay attention to, boom, boom, boom. You're going to be tuned into it. You're going to be locked into it. That sensitivity to it. You may be more sensitive to the atmosphere. Like maybe all of a sudden you can feel the temperature changing in your house. So when the heat is on, when the air conditioner is on, when all of these different things are on, you can see it. Do you see, Griffin asked the question, do you see anything like an upgrade in your glands and our adrenals and our endocrine system? We're going to get to that. Remember I told y'all I wanted to get to the chakras? We're going to get there. I'm going to try to hurry up and get there. Okay, let's see. Slick with the kick says, I had spaghetti the other day after years of not eating it and wish I hadn't. I know that's right. It can happen like that as well too. Yeah. So I want you to know that your sensitivity will increase before stability. And so this is the nervous system and some of the things why things are feeling off, but they're not. And so I want to talk about this. This is another one of those topics here where familiar environments may feel more restrictive, right? And so this is going to speak to conversations. It's going to speak to people. It can even speak to spaces and places where, there isn't this balance that maybe once was there, it's no longer there. So familiar environments may feel somewhat restricted, Conversations that once flowed may feel surface level, and this is an indication not to the people who you're in conversing with, but you may have outgrown that baseline with yourself, because I truly don't believe there's such a thing as outgrowing people. You can't outgrow people, but what you can do is you can grow up. Did y'all clock that? You don't outgrow people, but you can grow up. There's a big difference, because we deem to always make everyone else the fault of our disharmony or discoming, that somehow it always, I was listening to someone teach a class and they say, if you want to be successful on the planet, just give people an enemy. And I get it. But at some point we got to outgrow that shit too. Or you're going to be in a battlefield for the rest of your life, because you got to make everybody your enemy. You understand? But I don't believe you outgrow people, but I think your baseline can outgrow. I left first grade to go to second grade. It doesn't mean I hate everyone in first grade. I don't have to hate you or destroy you. See, this was more of a Western mindset. This is not how the world once lived. And by the way, I heard a brother say something the other day and it kind of hit me like, He said, there's no such thing. This whole thing of a Western world is a concept. And I never really thought of it that way. I never thought of it being a concept. There never was such a thing as a Western world. That was someone else claiming dominance over something that didn't belong to them. It's like me saying, going in somebody who calls their chat the yellow room, and me saying it's the blue room. Just because I came there and claimed it, it doesn't take away what it was prior to me getting there. And so it made me really rethink when I say things like, in the Western world, there's no such thing. The Western world was living like the rest of the world before the Western world ever existed. That was a concept, a perception that was impressed upon people. It was a colonizer's language, absolutely. And they claimed it to be that. And so I want to kind of take a step back and a nod to that conversation I overheard, because it really has adjusted my perspective when I speak about these things, and even not to say colonizer. I think it really is just a group of people who decided to do what they did. And I'm not even going to give them power, because to call them that is to say that they have the potential to place a collar and lead you into something. This is why they call themselves colonizers. Like a dog has a collar, and because I'm going to train you, I'm going to own you, I'm going to lead you, and you're going to follow my command. And so, with that being said, let's say in parts of the world, now that I had that whole realization here, in parts of the world, when it comes to these conversations, you're going to want to move past the surface. And there is less tolerance for misalignment. And you may be finding that in spaces and with people and with conversation, real conversation, something that goes beyond the surface. The Alchemist Empress, greetings, sis. Good to see you. She said, woo, got it. I'm telling you, because that's what I said. Woo, I got it. After he broke that down, I said, oh, ding, 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 ding. Let me ring the bell, because that was clear. And I had never heard anyone put it exactly like that. I've heard it before, but it hit a little different when he put it that way. It was piercing. It was very piercing. So I'm glad I was able to deliver it, and you all were to receive that message as well. No Godiva tonight. No Anubis, no Godiva. Can you believe? No Godiva. We see Anubis. I have a new baseline. And so I can get to Godiva land anytime. I got a new baseline. But yeah, but you will find that you have very little tolerance for misalignment. And that's what it is. It's because you have a new baseline. Nothing wrong with the people. You got a new baseline. And so for that, it has taught me over the years compassion. Compassion for people, compassion for what I once understood, compassion for doing the very best at where I was with what I knew and what I understood at that moment. This is why I will always be one of those teachers that will be transparent when I've upgraded something, when I've learned something different, and it's something I've put out. I will do my very best and due diligence to let you know I'm not there no more. And I know I will take the accountability. I taught this at one time, but I no longer am there anymore. I'm no longer there anymore. And so fortunately and unfortunately, I love Godiva, but I haven't had Godiva in years and years. I have a new baseline now. And it's still good. I still love cacao every now and again, but no Godiva for me. No Godiva. So let's move on to the next one. So you will find that you will have less tolerance for misalignment. And then silence becomes more comfortable than force interactions. Woo! I can ring the bell on that one too. Silence becomes more, and I want to quantify the word, not comfortable, but comforting within yourself, than forcing an interaction that you already know you don't really F with me. And I'm not going to force interacting with you, because we all know what time it is. We're going to keep it a $100. We're going to keep it real. We just gonna keep it real. You already know you don't really like me. So I'm not gonna force an interaction when I know that's not what you want. You understand? Regardless if I want it. So that's where the silence begins to comfort. Because the silence I'm talking about is not necessarily your communication, but in your allowance to stop forcing yourself, your ways, your thoughts, your ideas, your position, your presence, your energy on people who didn't ask you, who don't want you, that don't need you, that don't want to be a part of you. You don't. And so that has taught me, because you have to be careful with that, because it can put you into isolation. And I'm just going to share with you some of my shortcomings of that. It can make you, it could isolate you. And that can become very unhealthy, right? That can become very unhealthy. So there is a balance. That just means that you have to start being more discerning about who you're around, who you connect yourself with, who you choose to converse with, who you choose to align yourself with, who you choose to stay in the presence of, and what you allow to be in the presence of you, because it goes both ways, right? I can't allow you to be in the presence of me and then just say that's your problem, not my problem. No. I'm going to draw that line in the sand and make it very clear. I see you. And you could tell me you see me too. And if you in my space, one of us got to go. But if it's my house, my space, then I'm not going nowhere. You are. You understand? That's how that works. But this is a sign that your nervous system is upgrading. Yeah, listen, truth teller here, right? Truth teller here. So you understand that. You understand that. So this is where your silence, you're okay with being with you. If you're not okay with being with you, you're going to be people pleasing, overdoing it, just trying to get along to get along. You're going to be compromising yourself. You're going to be doing all kinds of things because you can't stand the silence. So rather than force something, the silence becomes a place where you could be comforted within. So next, you begin choosing depth over habit. And this one, I think, is a growth process. And I think it's levels to this as well. Sometimes we do things, and I've been guilty of it myself. I would say, I have a bad habit of that. And that's something that I no longer stand by. I take accountability for, and I say to myself, you got to go a little deeper here. And you got to figure out, if this is not working, why are you still doing it? You got to get into the depths of it. You don't like this. I remember one time I was dealing with some situations with body image. And I think it was right after college. And I was talking to my mother about it. And someone had made a comment that I had gained some weight. And I was really, really hurt by it. And my mother said, which she told me this about other things before, but she said, if someone says something to you that is not true, you stand up and you speak about it. But if someone says something to you that is true, don't never let the truth upset you. Do something about it. If you don't like it, change it. Figure out how to change it. And at the time, I thought that was kind of not what I wanted to hear. I sure didn't want to hear that. But it was the truth. My mother said, darling, don't ever get upset about the truth. Never. Never get upset about the truth. Do something about it to change it if it's not what you want to be true. If you can change it, do something about it. This is a mother who was a certified trained dietitian aide that could make menus and schedules, and she fed us that way. You know, of course, when you get older, you start eating and doing whatever you want to do. But she told me that, and that lesson, you know, I've found myself going back to it, learning it again and again and again, and really challenging myself with it. Choosing the depth over the habit. Because our habits can sometimes lead us into some dark, lonely places, some bad places. And we chuck it up as it's just a bad habit. No, you got to choose the depth, get to the root of what's going on, and do something about it. And one of the things I'm learning as I begin to grow up on planet Earth, do something about it while you can. Do something about it while you're still young. And that's at any age. While you're still young, while you still have breath, while you still have your mind, while you still can move, while you still can think, while you still can create, while you still can, get out here and move about freely. Do something about it while you're able. Because there may come a situation or a time where you can't. You can't. And that's where the real pain sets in. Because you will go back to the coulda, shoulda, woulda. And I will tell you, coulda, shoulda, woulda has killed more people on the planet than any war, any disease, or any ill thoughts. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. When you hear a person say, I wish I coulda, I shoulda did this, I wish I woulda, recipe for disaster. Disaster. Never let coulda, shoulda, woulda get you. And 9 times out of 10, when we go beyond the coulda, shoulda, woulda, it's a habit. And if we go beyond the habit, it's a pattern. It's not a family curse. Your family got a pattern. But if you have to scare yourself and say it's a family curse, then you got to get out of that family curse. Code word for unlock the pattern. Unlock the pattern. You understand? Yes, very good point. The light and dark always exists. It always exists, but the goal is you can pick a side. You ain't got to live in the dark. That's why they made light, baby. You ain't got to live in the dark. Ain't nobody forced you to live in the dark. You can come on, Caroline. You can come into the light, baby. You ain't got to live in the dark. See, there was a time on the planet because awareness and consciousness had fell into darkness and they forgot about their light. But that's why our ancestors left ancient teachings. So you could remember the sun is always going to be symbolic of the light, right? And the moon, quiet as it's kept, is symbolic of the light. So it's reminding you that you are truly never in darkness unless that's where you choose to be. You can always choose light because everything here by default is dark. The only way it exists is because you are here in the light. You are the light bringer. And every time each one of us comes here, we have a star that lights up in the sky that remembers us. I remember telling Brother Bobby Hemmett how this star used to follow me around. And he told me the story about the star following him around. And I was sharing with him how my guides were showing me everyone has their own star. And he said, yes, he knew that to be true as well. So we never have to play by the rules of this 3D dimension. We are here to remember who we are, and we are all shining stars. That's why in the blue room, quiet as is kept, you guys are galactic stars. We are universal citizens, meaning we reside here, but our home belongs to all existence that is in our whole existence of source. We are stars. We are stars. So yes, it's true. If we're in the lowest dimension here, we have to be in light and dark, but we're not. That's a choice. And we need to move beyond that, choosing the depth over the habit. Let's go to the next point. Great conversation. I love you guys. That's why I love y'all. Y'all are, listen, we here. We're going to bring up the questions. We're going to get it together. We're going to put it out there so we can be free thinkers. And I love y'all for that. I absolutely love that. The force is always in motion. I know what you're talking about. Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for that profound insight, because it gives us a chance to expand our awareness. Now, here's another thing. You may be feeling like things are off because you are grieving. You are grieving. Oh, I'm not a fallen angel. I don't agree with that. We'll have to talk about that another time. I didn't fall anywhere. This was a choice. I didn't fall. Now, maybe some of y'all fell here, but I didn't fall here. I chose to come here. And from the guides I've talked to, we all chose to come here. Nobody fell. But they want you to think you fell. But you chose to come here. You didn't fall. But that's another story for another day. But some of you are grieving of leaving an old version of yourself, because that old version, baby, that 2014, that early 2000 version of, No. I know you didn't say. I'm just speaking in retrospect. That old version of us, and we're feeling real nostalgic right now. But a lot of the nostalgia is not coming from things and places and the way we did things. The nostalgia is coming from the old version of yourself. And so right now, what's happening is that we're grieving, leaving the old version of who we used to be. And so you may be feeling that things are off right now because you're releasing who you used to be. Who you used to be. You release that person is, you got to say bye. You got to say hello from what Adele says, hello from the other side. You singing that. That's what you're saying. I'm saying hello from the other side. You are releasing who you used to be. And that can be a grieving that maybe you didn't understand. You understand? And so there's a quiet mourning of your old identity that's happening. I sometimes go back to them early days when nothing was there. And I knew absolutely nothing. Nothing. Everything's exciting now, but in a different kind of way. I keep that curiosity and I look for something new every single day to learn, to expand, to grow in, to experience. Because that's been my joyful place. Because when you get to the point where you know everything, and I'm not talking about through your higher mind, I'm saying you know it all, then you can't grow. You can't grow. So sometimes I do readings for people in their 40s and 50s and 60s, but they're really 20. Because them same things that they held on to when they were younger, they haven't grown past that. They do the same things. They got the same habit. They solve problems the same way. And this is sometimes, not always, why we feel stuck. Because we're using the same skill set when we were 20 to try to move to where we are now. And so if you're feeling like something's off, but you can't pinpoint it, it could quite very well be that there's a quiet mourning of your old identity. You are finally separating from that. You miss what felt familiar, even if it wasn't aligned with you. Could have been a bad relationship. It could have been a job you hated. You know, it could have been a place you lived that you always wanted to leave. It could have been friends or a community you always was around but wanted to get away from. Even if it wasn't aligned with you, you missed it because it was familiar. There was no guesswork. You knew what was going to happen. You knew. So no surprises there. It was familiar to you. You knew where everything was. You knew what was coming next. You know, everything. That's why I keep y'all on your toes. Y'all don't know when I'm going to go live. Well, some of you do, because if you tune into your intuition, you'd be like, I got a feeling Ms.Blue coming on tonight. So we're not talking about that part, but y'all understand what I'm saying for the most part in our lives, right? So you could be grieving that. You understand growth creates distance from the past version of yourself. You should look at the past version of yourself. And there should be distance. That's how you're going to know that you have grown. There should be distance. And you could be feeling this because you feel like something's off and you're just not sure what it is. And this is what's taking place. But I want you to know that this kind of grief, because I'm not talking about the real loss of a loved one or family member. I'm not talking about that. But this grief is not loss, it's transition. It's a transition from where you were. It's a transition. I do indeed have a feeling when you're going to go live. Yeah, I know. You guys are really, y'all are doing the work and y'all are really tapped into your multisensory abilities. So, you know what I meant by that question. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. So, but I want you to understand that nothing is wrong. If you feel like something's off right now, it just means that something is ending within you. And something more aligned is beginning. That's what's happening. And so now I want to move on to this next section. I know some of you wanted me to talk about this. And here now we're going to begin to get more into the energetic language that many of you resonate with so much, right? So when people say my DNA is activating, or they say something in me is rising up, and I'm sure you all can feel that. Here's how we can understand this in a more grounded way. Because we're talking about DNA, we're talking about the Kundalini, we're talking about your chakras, right? I want you to understand when the DNA is crystallizing. We're going to take a look at this from a couple of different angles because I'm going to speak about it in a scientific kind of way, and I'm going to speak about it in a metaphoric way, that way. So when your DNA begins to crystallize, what happens? The brain is forming new pathways. That's what it means. New pathways in the brain are forming. And you can feel this. You will be able to understand this. Things will change. Your vernacular will change. You may even change your extremities, meaning how you dress, how you wear your hair. You will change, but it's an internal change when this happens in these pathways. Your thirst for something, your quest for learning, your understanding, these things will change. They call it, neuroplasticity, right? Because the brain is starting to form new pathways, and you may pick up a book, or it may be a subject that you find fascinating, or you may start wanting to look at the sky or study the clouds, or, just something weird may come up for you and it sparks something in you. And the more that you begin to dive into this and study this and, get curious about this and start working with this over time, what happens is the brain will start to form new pathways. This is crystallizing. You are becoming more crystallized. Your DNA is crystallizing, And old belief systems will start to dissolve and new ones will stabilize. So the way you used to think is going to start fading. It's going to fade to black. And you will have a new way of seeing life. You know how people say you have a fresh take on life. Your DNA is crystallizing because that's the only way it will crystallize. Because if you're stuck in your old way of seeing the world, it's going to be hard to see beyond the physical. Remember, this isn't a physical sight. This is something that's happening at a subatomical level in your body. It is happening through your biology. It's happening through your energy, and it eventually will happen physically with you. But the physical aspect is often the last portion to shift. It's happening within. Your perception of reality becomes more refined. You are not looking at it as black and white. You're not looking at it as good and bad. It will become more refined. This is how you're going to know you are crystallizing. Your DNA is crystallizing. It'll be a whole new world. It'll be a different world. By the way, there's going to be a reboot on Netflix to It's a Different World. You will recognize that you are accessing deeper levels, someone said it in the room, of awareness and memory. It's going to be a deeper access. You understand? You're going to access a deeper level of your awareness and your memory. That's how you're going to know you're crystallizing, and not a deeper access that's written in a book or that someone told you. You're accessing it. You understand? And here's the other thing. Your internal system is going to reorganize for higher coherence. You're going to be able to go beyond. You don't know, but look at your blood veins. They are blue. Okay. They can be blue. They could be green. They could be purple. But they're crystallizing. I'm not in a debate on what color the blood veins are, because they can be blue. They're not red like they teach us in textbooks. I do know that. But I'm talking about subatomical particles. things that the physical eye cannot see. They begin to crystallize. Science has now technology to look at our DNA. By the way, it doesn't look like the little spiral they showed us. You can see it crystallizing. But your internal system is going to start shifting itself for a higher coherence. You're going to see it. You're going to see it. You're going to be tapped into it in a deep way. And you're going to know when the Kundalini energy is rising. Because most of the time when we talk about Kundalini energy, or I hear people speak about it, they only talk about the one snake rising. But if you look at the caduceus, which is the medical symbol, you will see there's two snakes. And they got this from the ancient teachings. I'll just go back as far as ancient Kemet, but it has shown up in other civilizations much greater or earlier than that even. But it became mostly taken from the Kemetic teachings. One of the snakes is what you can raise through knowledge. That's the first snake that you can awaken. That second snake, that Kundalini energy does not even come from the existence in this sphere. It is something that's outside of our own known galaxy where that energy comes, and it cannot be awakened by knowledge. This is what alchemists really understood, and the adept and the priest and the priestess, they understood in ancient times. So yes, you can raise one of the Kundalini snakes by getting knowledge and information. But if you don't do the real alchemy, the internal work, not the intellectual work just in your mind, you will never raise the second snake. And this is what I feel is missing in a lot of teachings, because a lot of people have worked. We've raised that first snake. We didn't got the knowledge. We didn't got the insight. We didn't did all of that. It's that second snake. Because that second snake don't care shit about your knowledge. Knowledge alone does not cause transformation. You can know a whole lot of things. I know people who got a memory greater than any technology. You tell them something once and they will never, 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 ever, ever forget it. And they can repeat it back to you. They can just repeat what they know, and it sounds amazing. And then you find out about something that's happened in that person's life. And you think, how could they be great here? But all of this was going on. Because that second snake ain't swayed by me, ain't swayed by you, ain't swayed by nobody here, because it doesn't rely on this local consciousness, right? It is real alchemy that has to be done. And so, how you will know that you are raising Kundalini energy within your body? There will be some things that you will physically experience. And quiet as it's kept, it doesn't always feel euphoric and good, right? You can have sensations in the spine or in the body. It could be heat. It could be tingling. It could be movement. You know how sometimes people tell me they try to meditate and their body just starts moving all over the place crazy. I'm like, let that body move. Let your body, what you stopping yourself from moving for? What are you scared for? What are you scared? What are you scared of? What are you afraid of? Oh, I stopped because I got scared. Scared of what? Scared of you? No, no, no. No. The other way that you may feel this Kundalini is have an emotional release without a clear cause. That something emotional takes over you. And some people literally come into this way. It's not one of the most fun ways, but they do. They have an emotional outburst without any real reason. Like, what happened? What's going on? What went wrong? What are you in pain? What's going on? That can happen. Another way is you can get sudden clarity or insight. You ever had a situation where you just woke up and said, tomorrow I'm moving, and moved? I'm quitting my job tomorrow. Boom. And you just do it. You're not around here trying to, should I not? You're not trying to figure out nothing. You get clarity. You get insight. Or I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to move. I'm going to keep trying. It could be vice versa, but you get instant clarity and insight. Another way is you will get an increase in creativity and your expression. And it will come without you trying to make it come. It just happens. You're like, I remember one day I stayed up for a whole week and created a whole project, wrote a whole book in a weekend. This before AI. So nobody was helping me. I was writing it. You understand? And if, my heart goes out when I hear things from our collective that say, I've seen too much of this and this in my life. Stay open, because there's even transformation in that. You understand? There's even transformation in that. I promise you. You can't see it right now, but you haven't seen too much. You haven't done too much. You just don't know what to do with what has been bestowed upon you or what you have chosen in this life. But often where our greatest pain is our greatest gift to others. So stay with it. Don't deny what you've seen too much, what you felt too much. Don't leave it. And I don't do a whole lot of hoping. Faith is a little different, but I don't do no hoping. I'm just saying, stay open. Because we come here and we choose certain experiences. Sometimes we're just not aware enough to know why would I choose this over and 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 over again. And contrary to popular belief, I don't think it's to learn a lesson. I think some of it is because it turns out that there is a blessing in it. A blessing in it. But that's not for anybody else to figure out. It's for you. And here's the part I want you to never forget. If you choose not to do nothing, that is your free will. And I am okay with you living there until you decide to no longer stay or stay till eternity. And that's what happens when we can really start to see each other. I'm okay with you being where you're choosing to be. Period. In the discussion, you get to live there. Live there however you choose to live there. It's yours. It's yours. You get to have it. But always know, if nobody never told you, there is another way. But you get to stay there if you want to stay there. That's real love. That's real love, right? So I think that's important for us to know. I think sometimes we understand school life is a school, but everybody ain't got to go to school. It's not mandatory. You don't have to. Many of us who are here, we've chosen this. And so with that choice, that decision, there comes certain responsibilities if we choose to do them or not. Free will exists outside of Earth. You understand? Well, I'm glad butterflies are following you. I think they're trying to tell you about the transformation as well, too. But free will is the greatest will, not just here, but everywhere throughout all galaxies. So we get to have that. So I want you to know that this sudden clarity or insight, Kundalini rising, increase of your creative expression and creativity, Kundalini rising. And here's another thing, and people don't talk about this often. Periods of deep stillness, where you literally feel like something is holding you. You can't leave the house. You don't feel like doing nothing. You don't want to connect with people. You're just secluded. That is also a sign, possibly, that your Kundalini energy is rising. And you'll find that going through that period, you'll come out of it and you may have a surge of energy. Now, I want to talk about it from the position of the chakras and the arits, as we call it. The root chakra. You may be feeling the need for stability in your life and grounding. You may be feeling in your root chakra like you just need, this is going to be a root chakra alignment. If you just feel in your life, you just need to get grounded or you need to find some sort of stability. I could go and teach a whole class in this. So I'm just going to give you guys some key points or we'll be here for real for a long time. We're not doing that tonight. The sacral chakra. If you've been sitting still and just feeling waves of emotions coming through you, that's your sacral chakra aligning. Or you're getting these sparks of creativity, or you find that you're just so sensitive. Like lately, I've been sensitive. Extra sensitive, waves of beautiful, loving emotions. Some not. Very creative in just my expression. I know that my sacral chakra is upgrading to another level. Solar plex chakra, you feel like your whole identity is shifting. Maybe who you were a couple of months ago, last year, whenever, you just changing everything and you are reclaiming your personal power. Your personal power. And you may find that there are either challenges or bonding going on with your first family, i.e. your mother and your father. So either you are separating or going no contact, or you are bonding or getting close to them. This is going to let you know that your solar plex chakra is aligning. Crying like a mug. Yes, I'm telling you. So you're going to know. Yeah, you've been missing your daughter so much. Yes, you're going to feel it. This is letting you know that your solar plex chakra is elevating. It's recalibrating. It's aligning. Heart chakra. You find that there's a lot of things you're letting go. letting go of. You're just letting go. You're just letting go of stuff. You're just like, you know what? I had that, but I'm going to throw it away. I'm letting it go, letting it go. Or you get into a little spat with a friend and you just, in the mid conversation, you just said, you know what? I decided to let that go. Just let it go. You're letting it go. You're also having deeper compassion for the world, for yourself, for others, but mainly for yourself. You having deep compassion for yourself. Or here, emotional releasing. Lots of emotional releasing happening. This is going to be the heart chakra, right? Taking deep breaths, you find yourself just exhaling, you know? Throat chakra, realigning. A desire to speak more truth and to speak it more clearly, clearer than you've ever been, to where you're saying, wait a minute, I'm going to say this clear because I don't want no misunderstanding. It's coming out clear. And people are recognizing, ooh, you said that. You was clear. There ain't no misunderstanding. You clear. You're very clear. That's going to be your throat chakra. Your desire to speak truth. Not that surface level. Not that just skim the surface. Not I just repeat what you said back to me and we just go back and forth. I say it, you repeat it. No, you are going to want to speak truth more clearly, more clearly. Third eye, your intuition. Things are just coming to you. You're just knowing things. You're feeling things. That intuition, is going to be heightened. I call it the spidey senses. You bump into the wall. You go look. You take a shower. You got a bruise. You're like, wait a minute. What happened? Your spidey senses have been heightened. You hear somebody speaking. They having another conversation across the room. You're like, dang, I heard that clear. Your intuition leading you, guiding you, assisting you. And you're listening to it. Pattern recognition. Oh, you know how people say, I peep that game? Oh, you can peep game from a distance. You're like, oh, I peeped that. I seen that. I see that. I see that. You notice they just keep doing this and keep doing that and keep doing that. You're going to be able to see it. You notice how when I get up in the morning, I do this, I do this. You're going to peep game on yourself. I realize I do that all the time. I gotta do something different. Because now I'm recognizing my patterns and the ones that are not the best. I can see it. That's going to let you know your third eye is recalibrating. Now, when your crown chakra is aligning, you're going to be able to really tune in connection, but at a deeper level. And you might find out it can be quite polarizing that a lot of connection to food, to things you watch, to things you do, no matter how good it looks on the surface, that the deeper reason for this connection is not healthy. That you're doing it out of some sort of lack, out of some sort of misalignment. And you're going to be able to spot it and say, I gotta shift that. Because yes, eating this food is good for me, but I'm doing it because I think it makes me something better. Better in the sense of if I miss a meal, if I don't eat it this way, then I'm nothing. And I've put too much emphasis into this thing, into that outcome, into this group, into that video, into this like, into that comment, into doing this thing, into wearing this outfit, into saying these words, into whatever it is. So we're looking more within ourselves, and to be able to understand this, to have this different understanding of what all is one really means, like a deeper, greater insight, which is ultimately going to fulfill more of an authentic. And you know, earth kills me because we will take a good word and make it bad. So a lot of people will tell you there's no such thing as being authentic. I must admit, I think I said it a few times, once or twice, but I had to go back and really kind of re-examine that and look at that. And I'm not saying both things can't be true, but there is something very authentic to authenticate something. And think about all of our devices that you get on. You're not able to sign into your phone unless you can authenticate. You're not able to sign into your email unless you can authenticate. You can't get money out your bank account, cryptocurrency, unless you can authenticate who you are. So being authentic is a real thing. It's not just a spiritual concept. And unfortunately, a large portion of humanity has lost their ability to be authentic. Because we've been told, we've been brainwashed, we've been embellished and indoctrinated into thinking that who you really are is not good enough. So you have to become something else. You need a title, you need a skill, you need a gimmick, you need a place, you need somebody to validate you, you need something, you need some money, you need a look, you need something, because just showing up as you is not good enough. It's not good enough. So when you can sense connections in your life to be something greater than what it is on the surface, this is when you have truly tapped in to the crown chakra. The crown chakra is not about all is one as it's being taught. The crown chakra is quite the opposite. And I remember when I really got this full download on this channel. This is where your God spark lives. It's a puzzle. But if you show up like me and I show up like you and somebody else show up like somebody else, we will never put the puzzle together, because this is where your uniqueness shines amongst the whole, not where we become one. Becoming one is an illusion. When you think of it that way, becoming one doesn't mean you are me and I am you. Becoming one means when you bring you and I come together, authentically, we are whole. If you are half coming and I'm half coming, we will get a gap. We will get a void. We will get a hole. We will not become whole. So that's the other line. And one of the things I'm going to stop saying is that the universe is a mirror. That's true. But I want you to understand the mirror I'm looking at and the mirror you're looking at is two completely different mirrors. And until we get that, we can never bring the piece of the puzzle together as a whole, because everyone is so busy trying to become someone else, not realizing the real spark, the real wholeness is within, not I do something bad, you do something good, and that means we the same. That's some bullshit that they use to trick you out of your own magic and make you think you're calling all of this to you because a part of this is you. That's a lie. This is when you're tapping into the feel of the crown chakra, where it's trying to show you, you know why this relationship ain't working? Because you done took a part of you and you trying to put it in them. And when they don't show it back to you, you think you caused it all. Well, you kind of did, because you want something you want to be in someone else. That's why relationships teach you more than anything else in this world, because you think, you in that bad relationship because it was a reflection of what you had going on the inside. Not exactly. Now, it may have been a misdirect of my power, but I'm not that. I know the difference between me and someone else. Even in your greatness, I know your greatness can never be my greatness. And I don't care how many classes I take. I don't care how hard I try. I can never light a candle to your greatness. And don't let any fucking body tell you or try to teach you that that is possible. Your greatness is untouched. It's untapped. Nobody can bring it out in you. Nobody can make you great. Nobody can do anything. The only thing that someone else can do is expose who you really are. Period. So when you come to me and I am your teacher, I hope that I expose your fucking greatness so much that you can't deny yourself ever again. When you look in the mirror, you will see your greatness because it's been exposed and you can't hide behind it. You can't hide behind me. You can't hide behind your mama. You can't hide behind that bad relationship. You can't hide behind them badass kids. You can't hide behind the government. You can't hide behind the world. You can't hide behind anybody. You still have your own greatness. That's the crown chakra. They don't ever want you to know. They want you to think that you're supposed to be the same. Look at the world. Where did trying to be the same get us? How long are we going to keep following these outdated and old antiquated systems? And when are we going to break free? We are in the new world. When are we going to start learning and understanding? Because I learn from you, what I do with that alchemy is going to be unique. It's going to be refined. And I may say you were my teacher, but the outcome of this product, that's all me, baby. And I will show you better than I can tell you. That's what I require from my students. Show me better than the world can tell you. That you have had many teachers, but you have your own greatness and nobody can take that away from you. No school can give you the certificate. No certification can qualify you for it. Everything that you are learning are things that you are remembering about your own greatness. But if you come in thinking that you can't think outside of the box, you're going to be stuck like Chuck. And Chuck was stuck. Okay? Chuck was stuck. Chuck couldn't think outside the box. You have to be bold enough to step out there with that thing inside of you. the way you see it. Who cares if people don't agree with you? There have been people disagreeing with me my whole life. I welcome it because I'm not focused on them. I'm only focused on the people who listen. And I'm not asking you to listen to agree. I'm asking you to listen because you're getting something that's helping you. Not me. Helping you. Not helping me. Helping you. Your reflection of you claiming your own authentic sovereignty is the reflection I get back. That's my get back as a teacher. When I see you out there doing your thing and I'm like, whoo, you doing your thing. People come to me and say, Ms.Blue, do you? Nope, I don't do that. But let me tell you who do it. Let me tell you who you can go talk to that do it that way. I don't do it that way. And I'm not supposed to. You get it? You get it. So in the beginning, you learn, you do it that way. And the more you keep working with it, it turns into something else. And you say, oh, this person did it like this. And I've been doing it like this for a couple of years. But you know what I discovered? I discovered this. And it ain't another teacher. This is why sometimes people say it's hard to tell who you studied under. No, it ain't. I give credit to all my teachers because all of them, they all was great, baby. They all was great. And by the way, I consider y'all to be my teacher. Just a side note, they're all great. The reason you can't tell is because I do that work with myself. I'm not learning to teach. I'm learning from me. And when I learn from me, I'm following the path that is in front of me. You said do 1, 2, 3, Ms.Blue. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. And once that starts working and that starts working and that's working for me, it's working for me and working for me and working for me. And I start saying, wait a minute. It's slowing down. That's your sign for you to add something. Add something to it. What have you learned? Not what have you been taught? What have you learned? What have you learned from what you got? What did it do for you? Where are you bearing witness to your own life? It amazed me of how people are taking classes and doing things from people who ain't did shit in their own life. You don't have to have it perfect, but you need to have learned something and you need to express something in that learning. If you got one spark, if you say, you know what? I done took 100 classes and I'm going to tell y'all what I learned. It could be one thing. That's the thing you lean on because that's what the learning was for you. It doesn't take away the greatness. You don't have to destroy the kingdom to move on. You bring it with you. You bring it with you because that's a part of your foundation. And then you keep building and then you keep growing and then you tell others, well, when I was over here studying with Ms.Blue, I learned this. And when I was studying with this person, I learned this. And when I was studying with this person, I learned this. And now let me tell you the understanding of all of it put together. Here's what I come to understand. When I work with Bobby, I learned this. When I work with Brother Panic, I learned this. When I work with Queen Afu, I learned this. When I was with Brother Ogun, I learned this. When I was with Siba Haru, I learned this. When I studied after Dr. Delbert Blair, I learned this. And when I was with this person, I learned this. When I studied this person, I learned this. When I was with this person, I learned this. But let me tell you, after doing thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of readings from people all over the world, let me tell you what I discovered. Let me tell you what I discovered. That's crown chakra. If you ain't doing that, you ain't opening your crown chakra because the crown chakra, everybody wants to see it as this golden halo light and these rays coming in, but it is a veil. When we hear the spiritual terminology, this esoteric science of raising the veil, we're not talking about some shit on the planet. That's an electromagnetic field. That's going to open, that's going to close, that's going to get thin, that's going to get thick. You are responsible for raising and opening your own veil. When a baby is born, the veil is open. You can literally look into an infant in their crown chakra and you can see straight in their skull. Their veil is thin. And then you get to talking to the baby and that shit starts closing up. They start going to school. The veil closes. Now they're locked in. Then they forget who they are. But most of these kids are coming here and we think something's wrong with them because their veil ain't never shut down. So they wide awake. They 2 months old and they wide awake. They looking at you and you feel in some kind of way because you know that baby is telepathically telling you, you know you kind of jacked up right now and you need to get yourself together. And you feel in some kind of way because it's a child and you sensing this baby is crying, but it's telling you, get your life together. Okay? Get it together. Then they get up and they start running their mouth and they start telling you things like, I don't want to go to school because I'm not learning nothing there. And you feel in some kind of way. And then they start telling you, I wish I was in another family because you kind of slow. You understand? And you feel in some kind of way. But it's because these children being born now, their veil is not closed. It's not closed. We're the ones that have to work on opening our veils back up and expanding our consciousness on the planet. That was a little dramatic, but you get the point. I know y'all come for a little bit of that too. Everybody like, wait, what? But y'all know what I'm trying to say. We have to open the veil. Open the veil. And that's what you're doing. And we will let somebody who don't even know us give us doubt. And we'll start questioning 10 years of work, 5 years of work, something we knew in our spirit since we were a child. We will start questioning it. And it will go from looking like we're empowered to somebody can walk up to you and snatch your soul. It'll look like if you tell somebody thank you, they can switch lives with you. It'll start looking like somebody sitting next to you can steal all your energy. It'll start looking like spirits trying to kill you from the other side. It'll start looking like that. You got to bring it back home and know your power. To know your power, to be able to see beyond the illusion. It's not that what's happening here is not real. It's limited. Angels ain't nothing but angles. Say that again. Angels are angles. I have said this for over 2 decades, and I'm going to leave this here. We got to stop taking these stories, these things literal. It's not literal. It's for you to navigate while growing up on planet Earth. These ancient stories, I'm not a big fan anymore. Number 1, it's not literal. Number 2, half of it is some made up hokumology. Yeah, I know that word. Some made up hokumology. And I ain't just talking about the Bible. I'm talking about all of it. It is some outdated, old, antiquated, masculine, outdated information to keep people suppressed and in check. And I'm not saying that the world didn't need some of that at some time, but it's time that we open things up and start seeing it for what it really is. You are archangel. I love that. So that means you should have more than one angle to look at things, because that's what an archangel is. You can see things from all perspective and not locked into a prism called the false matrix, the mind, because that's the matrix. You trying to get out the matrix? Get your ass out your mind. Stay out of your heart. And then you will come out of your mind, because contrary to popular belief, your spirit doesn't live in your mind, and it doesn't live in your heart. It lives in your whole existence. So listen, I think y'all got the point. I think y'all are, we right here. Are we right here? We right here. I got you there. Okay, I'm glad I got you there. So that's the crown chakra. While everybody wants to be in their crown chakra and their third eye, the third eye is a projector screen. That's what it is. You ever been to an IMAX movie theater? That's your crown. That's your third eye. It's just projecting things based on your thoughts, your feelings, your higher self. It's going to project whatever. Do something messed up and you will see that play over and over in your mind in living color, baby. That person that hurt you, you could go back to that situation and tell me what was on the sidewalk while y'all was arguing. There was a Wrigley Spearmint green paper gum wrapper right next to his foot while he was sitting there lying in my face. Oh, you know everything that was going on. Because the mind, that projector, that hologram, it's going to just come in. It's just going to come in and start projecting. Start projecting. Brrr, it's going to dun-dun-dun. You know how the little movie thing come on? Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Yeah, that's what happens. Something told you to watch me today. Well, I'm glad something told you to watch me today. You could tell it was much needed. Well, there you go. I needed this as well, too, because at the end of the day and the beginning of the day, we are always speaking to ourselves. And I say that, I hold that as a truth. Every time I come on here or wherever I am, when I am talking, I'm always speaking to me. How can I not be? Okay? How can I not be? Yes, every detail. Jonathan said every detail. That's right. Every detail. It is showing you. What's up, Ms.Blue? My book is up. I emailed you. Wow, 2 volumes, 1,000 pages. Are you going to do an audio book? You know I'm an oracle, right? You know I'm an oracle. You want me to read 1,000 pages? Oh, I know that book has got to be good. That book has got to be clutch. That book has got to be clutch. I will definitely listen, you guys. No excuses. I am behind on my email. Clock it. I'm behind on my email. Yes, I will admit. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. We are in the Dream Makers class, and I'm so excited. I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm so excited for everybody who's in the Dream Makers class. You guys, they have some amazing dreams that they have been working on. Many of the dreams before they even got in class. Many of the dreams they've been holding on to for a while. And I'm excited because I know a lot of them want to come on and share with you all their dreams that they have been building, what they took from the class, what they learned. It's some incredible things that they have been doing prior and they're doing now. You understand? So look forward to those shows. We are in week 11. We'll be going into week 12. You know, it's a 12-week class. I will have more classes coming up as we get a little closer to the springtime and some other things that when that time comes to make those announcements, dun, 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 I'm going to make those announcements for you all. and I'm super excited about it. Also, I want to remind you guys, if you have a question, I know it's a lot of new people. And by the way, shouts out to the 1,000+ people who have joined the channel over the last 30 days. Truly want to welcome you in to the community. Love you all. Make sure you like, subscribe, and don't forget to come back and hype this video up. It really, really helps the growth of the channel and to get it out to more people who feel aligned, right? So do that for me. But I also want to tell you guys this. The Lucky Blueprint expansion pack sold out 3 times. Literally 3 times. And I still received emails for people asking, when was I going to bring it back? They wanted to sign up for it. And I said that I would think about it during this share. And for those of you who are doing the Lucky Blueprint expansion pack magic, congratulations, I want to say to you. Stick with it. Give yourself a chance to stick with it. You don't have to be perfect with it. Just be invested with it. It works. I'm going to bring the testimonies over from those who purchased it when I first launched it, 2024, around that time frame, 2023, 2024. Because it's now on the Visionary Frequency, my stand store. I'll put the link here because I opened it up for a limited amount of slots because I don't know when it will be available again. It hasn't been available for 2 years. Like I opened it, it sold out, and it just hasn't come back. I decided to open it up on the stand store, really looking at the records and the frequency on the planet with so much happening. Even though it says Lucky Blueprint, I go into depth, into detail about what it means or my understanding of lucky. But this is luck in alignment. Like you need to do work. There will be some PDF files, which I call digital magic, that you will download immediately. The audio files, there will be a separate email that is sent to you. You will check your email. You will get that shortly after your purchase. You will get the link, and the link will tell you how to access the audio files. If you have any problems with that, many of you, it's a new system. It's an innovative way, but it's a way that you can listen on the go. Most like you listen to podcasts or you listen to music and things of that nature, you will be able to listen to these audio files, and you will have instructions that go along with it for you to listen to it. And if you follow this, I'm telling you, people were seeing transformation within 24 hours. We were laughing about this in the Dream Makers class. And I made this so it could be pretty much reasonable to anyone, because I know a lot of times taking a lot of my classes is an investment, and everyone is not able for different reasons in their life to make that investment. But this is something that's more obtainable. Or if you want to get into learning about your magic, about how you work, how things work with you, how to shift your mindset, how to raise your frequency, how to expand your consciousness and awareness. Because there's an infusion that I put into everything, specifically for the Lucky Blueprint Expansion Kit. This is for someone who wants to live a more fulfilling and abundant life. It's not just about money, although you can manifest money. This could be about health. This could be about relationships, the work you do in the world, get clarity, just to live a more fulfilling life. It has worked for me. It is something I use. I go into certain rotations within it from time to time. It really helps you to tap back in to your powers, your powers. I'm just the guide here, and I give you the tools and I walk you through the tools. You do the work. And the work is laid out for you. And you get to do it. And you get to celebrate yourself every single step of the way. Every single step of the way. So it is there for a limited time for those of you who have it. And it's okay. Some people say, well, I did it and then I have to start over. Let me tell you, when this first came out, and those of you who did the Lucky Blueprint, you guys tell me, we had so much fun laughing at ourselves when we had to start over. We had so much fun laughing at ourselves. Don't take yourself too serious. Have fun with it. Because when you really do it, you'll do it. If you beat yourself up, you'll never want to start over again. But if you realize, dang it, I didn't do, you know what? I'm going to start over. I'm going to start over. You'll know the times when it's time for you to start over and when you can keep moving forward and stay the course and complete it. But it is something that it's one of those evergreen things that every time it comes out, it works. And not because I say so. I have testimony from so many who have done it. And if they're here and they want to share, they will let you know they work with it. They have done different rounds of it, and it really has worked with them. But I've done it myself. And there's been times that I say, you know what, dang it, I'm gonna have to start all over again because I kind of got busy, didn't do it, whatever. Yeah. So I just want you all to know that this is not going to go against any of your beliefs. And that's what I love about the work that we do. We are not a religious organization here. We are only spiritual in essence because everyone on the planet is spiritual. But we are really here for higher vibration, expansion. Love is the only thing real here. But we don't play no games. So we know the difference between one of them things just doesn't belong here. And we need to help you help yourself. If you don't really want to be here, I will help you help yourself not be here. But for the most part, there's good. And I'm going to take that word good back. There is a collective here that is interested in growing, in healing, in evolving, and being in community with others and learning. You understand? That's what you're going to find. A term that I came up with a long time ago, as with the soulful part of the oracle. Most people say they're the oracle. I call myself the soulful oracle. So hence became the soul family. That's where that term came from. And I started saying we're soul family, as in a soul connection. So you will find good soul family here. And many of them have their own practices. They have their own work they're doing, their own teachings, or they're in the process of building their communities and doing work. For a long time, I've known that this will be the place that teachers will come, that teachers come here. And whether this is your first time here or not, somewhere in your life, there is a desire for you to share your gifts with the world in a very profound and authentic way. And that's usually the people who land in this space. They're looking for a way to share their gifts, their talents in the world and to do more of what they love, in that capacity. And we also recognize that we're all teachers and students at the same time. It's a beautiful space to be. So with all of that being said, and it's open, I want to say thank you to the people who are purchasing as we speak. As we speak, I thought I had my phone on, but I already know when I cut my phone on, I already know what's going to be going down when that happens. When that happens, that people. So I want to say thank you to those of you who have purchased that. So it will be there for a short period of time for those of you who want to purchase it. I put the link in the room, and the link is also in the show notes as well. So I want you to know if things are feeling different right now, if you're seeing more clearly, if you're feeling more deeply, or even, if you recognize things that you can no longer ignore. Because I recognize it. It's things that I can't just turn a blind eye to, that I just can't ignore anymore. You're not losing your way. You're not. You understand? Because when the illusion breaks, and I'm not talking about the illusion in the world, because I think pretty much all of us, we done seen that break. I'm talking about the illusions we're holding within our own lives, right? You don't really fall apart when the illusion breaks. You start to see. And once you see, it's a couple of things that happen. You start choosing differently. Your decisions become different. Your commitment changes. All of that changes. You understand? So take your time with what is being revealed to you. Let it settle. Let it guide you. Don't rush through these moments, because clarity, I promise you, clarity is not here to confuse you, baby. Clarity is not here to confuse you. It's here to free you. It's here to free you. That's what clarity is for. So this is what I want you all to do. This is something we do in our Dream Makers class, and I love it. If this resonates with you, whether you're listening live, whether you came from the past, whether you came from the future and you traveled to this time, I want you to share one word in chat that describes what is becoming clear for you right now in this moment. One thing, one word in chat that's becoming clear to you right now. As you're listening to this share, it's also going to tell me that you made it to this point in the video. What is it? What is that one word? One word that's becoming clear to you. What is it? What is it? What is it? I love it. Oh, that's a good one. Love. Love is becoming clear. I love it. I love it. I love it. Absolutely. Sovereignty. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. It's not one word, but it's a lot of words, and I love it. Love it. Ooh, I love it. Me, I love it. DNA Chef, you guys are coming up with some great one words. Alignment, love it. Love it. Intuition is becoming clear to you. Good. My worth, love it. Love it. Voice, I love it. I love it. I love it. Authenticity, love it. These are great. These are ones to grow on. Consistency. Wait a minute. We can't get ahead of ourselves. I love it. Ready. I love it. I love it. I love it. Clarity. Ascension. Love it. Compassion. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Compassion. Love it. Gratitude. Love it. Love it. Little Rock Barack, ain't seen you in 18 years and a Sunday. Insight. I love it. I love it. Purity. I love that. I love that. That feels good. Purity. Trust. Love it, Papa Flan. Love it. Consistency. I love that, Garlette. Consistency. Myself. I know that's right. Period on period. Myself. I love it. Power, Native Queen. I love it. Seeing. Yes. Seeing. Some good one-liners. We're going to put you up there because you are reflecting yourself everywhere. I love it. LOV. Love it. Oh, Sheila. Release. I love it. Gratitude. Hey, XO Anastasia. How you doing? Transmutation. Woo. That was a mouthful. Evolution. I love it. Really beautiful, you guys. Really beautiful. This was a good share. I feel like this was an amazing share for me. I hope it was good for you. And everyone here, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. My love, I be watching. I love my soul family. Love you too, little Barack. Love you, little Rock Barack. I love it. So I love you all so much. And thank you so much for being here. for being present, for being aware, for being open, and for being you. Yeah, for being you. I love it. We're going to hear our song and then we're going to get out of here. I love you all so much. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and don't forget to share it. Pass it on to somebody who may need a word. Yeah, you may be sharing it to me because didn't I say I wasn't going to sit up here and do 4 hours? And y'all let me sit right here. And we done went 4 hours. We done went 4 hours. In my mind. See, this is why you don't listen to your mind. In my mind, it was 2 hours. I said, okay, Blue, 2 hours. You're going to do this. It's going to take you about 2 hours and you're going to be out of here. I look at the clock and the clock say 4:07. 4:07. Listen. 4:07. Nobody said a word. Nobody said nothing. Nobody said a word. Why didn't y'all say, I know, Tremel, 4 hours. Tremel talking about, oh, wow, 4 hours. So y'all didn't know it was 4 hours? Y'all didn't realize it? That's right. Oh, Sheila said, let your ass sit up here and do 4 hours in real time. Sure did. I can't believe I done missed dinner. I done missed my whole window to eat. But I'm not going to judge myself because I'm going to eat tonight because I haven't had nothing to eat since about 6 this morning. So I'm going to step outside that box. This is why you got to take your own teaching. I done missed my eating window. It's 12 o'clock in the morning here. It's the 27th. I done missed my whole eating window. We was in the black hole, and look at Brittany. Brittany talking about we wanted to let you cook. You know what? No. At some point, y'all got to help me help myself. At some point, y'all got to say, okay, Ms.Blue, good night. Yes, time flies when you're having fun. We was on the 3-eye atlas. We was somewhere. I done went down the rabbit hole, but it's all good. It's all love. And I love you all so much. Let's have an amazing week. I want to say thank you to everyone for always showing up, for supporting me, for supporting this platform, for sharing your thoughts, your ideas, your work with the world. It means the world to me to know that we are all growing up on planet Earth in a profound way. And I couldn't have dreamt of a better community than the one we have built here. So let's keep the conversation going. What are we going to use? We're going to use a spaceship. If you're here to the end, when you leave a comment, I want you to leave the spaceship. Leave the spaceship and leave me your one word for the question that I ask. So we're going to get out of here. Peace and love. I love you all. Yeah. Oracle kisses. Peace and love.
If you really
Ciao.
want, you gotta be it. As Ms.Blue has shared with the world, it's all about frequency.